So, last time in Renascence, having overcome Comac, the hag posing as the new gatekeeper of Feral, the party set about preparing to interrogate their captured foe. Comac proved difficult to bargain with. Convinced of her imminent demise, she would not share much until she got some assurance she would survive the conversation. The party eventually learned that Comac had agreed with Kotum before casting the spell to ensnare the original gatekeeper, that the only way to break the spell would be for both hag sisters to agree to end it. Unfortunately, the party was not terribly satisfied with the return on their time investment, and Adlar, who was fed up with this hag by this point, let an arrow loose and slew the captured hag before Barnaby had a chance to go to her for more information about his personal quest. Mercifully, the hag's death proved to be the catalyst to end the imprisoning spell, and the gatekeeper burst free, shattering her prison and reclaiming her proper title. Grateful for the party's assistance, she offered whatever guidance and support she could on the party's quest, and ended up gifting Barnaby a special waylight that could guide him through the Feywild to any old forest that he was familiar with. The party stayed the night in her home, and the next morning followed the waylight along a hidden road back to the edge of Gladham, although they lost 5 days in transit. As they emerged from the forest and returned once more to civilization, Barnaby cast one last look over his shoulder and saw something that made his stomach drop. Standing behind them, at the edge of the forest, was a hooded figure in a deep blue cloak, reminiscent of the very strange dream he had had just that night before. Then he blinked, and they were gone. So picking up here, are there any questions before we begin?
Why was there a thumb chasing Barnaby?
Barnaby had a dream, alright? You can ask him about it if he tells you. Should also point out it wasn't a thumb, Barnaby, for your information. It was very explicitly a finger.
Yep.
That depends entirely on if you consider a thumb a finger or not.
Well, they have...
Oh, of course it is. If you can stick a plum in it, it's a thumb. Or a finger.
A plum in it?
I thought you were going for a rhyme there, but...
So there's really no difference, is what I'm hearing.
Exactly.
Okay, so we need to go talk to the elders, I think. Unless anyone has questions, I guess. We're still in that part.
Do we have questions? And then after that, we do need to finish up the level up.
Oh, right. Yes. I don't have any questions.
I have no questions. Well, actually, I guess it is a question. On the way to the elders, are we going to pass, like, our little bougie inn that we've been staying at?
No. So you guys are coming into town on, like, the northeastern corner, roughly-ish, of a circular, amorphously shaped, northeastern side of town. The inn is further west, along the coast, also on the north side. Like, if you wanted, you could skirt, just the north edge of town and walk all the way to your inn. But you know that the elder house is sort of in the heart of town, on the north side of the summer square. So,
okay.
It's a little bit of a detour.
Okay.
Any other questions?
This figure, did it look like it moved away or just disappeared?
You literally just blinked, and then they were gone.
Okay. I'll give myself a good slap, make sure I'm actually still awake.
You see them again.
Hmm.
Wait.
Gasp.
That's a shrub.
Oh.
You just got excited. Anything else? I'll probably get my dice out too. Well, lacking any further questions, last session we concluded with a level up. We are now running level 5, guys.
Woo!
Yay, big boost. So, casters are now able to cast third level slots, third level spells, and the marshals now have extra attack, which is a big deal too. And last time we said we were going to roll our hit dice together as a party. So if
A
you guys
family.
want to grab your class's hit dice,
Are we back at full health, by the way?
yeah, you guys had a long rest, so you'd be full health, full slots, full features.
Cool.
So the three casters all are running d8s. Barnaby has got a d10, and John has a d12.
Give me kitty face.
Do we get to reroll that once?
Yes.
Yay!
Oh, I just got a cat butt.
I rolled a
so I
1.
get to reroll it.
Jesus.
And a 7.
us are rolling
That's
ones.
pretty good.
Hey.
Ooh.
Ooh. I rolled nat 10 plus 4.
Damn.
Woo.
I got a 6.
Okay.
I got a 4.
That's still good. That's average. We'll take that as long as it's
I'm
not
rolling a
approved.
D12, right?
Plus your
I got a 10 and then
modifier.
Plus
I'm
How
just
much
not
do I have?
one of those people that
your
always
Constitution modifier.
So I got 14.
Whew. Cool.
I'm
So
always one of those people that put stuff in a con.
Yeah.
I made the mistake on one character of not putting points in the con, and I regret it immensely. So never again.
Even Noel has +1 to con.
That puts me
So-
at 71.
Lauren, what is your new hit point total?
40.
40. Barnaby, new hit point total.
60.
Woo! Burberry, new hit point total.
I can't change my sheet yet, but it's gonna be 37.
37. John?
Okay.
71.
Noel.
37 also.
Hey, keeping pace. Cool. Updating my sheet so I got your stuff already, and then that's also a 37. Cool. All right, nice. And yeah, casters should have their little slots now, so that should be like 2 each. And then I know the cleric can get 1 more spell. I'm pretty sure the druid works the same way. They can prepare another spell per day. And Noel should know 1 more spell now.
Yeah, I also swapped Silent Image for Sending.
Gotcha. So yeah, keep that in mind as we go forward, and you're getting all of your paperwork sorted out. That is a thing to be ready
How does
for.
the damage increase?
So damage, I don't believe is going to increase for you because there was no attribute ability score increase.
Is it okay? Is it just strength? It's not
Yeah. It's
proficiency.
just,
Okay.
yeah, proficiency is just your attack bonus, and that is an automatic calculation on the sheet.
Okay. Then yeah,
So-
that doesn't change.
And yeah, don't forget the proficiency is also now a +3 instead of just +2.
I made sure that was changed.
Cool. So, getting back into the world, the party is at the edge of town. You have returned with Adlar in tow. You have accosted a small boy and asked him the date, and his mother came out and told you that it was the 40th of Aerodath. Inanama. And yeah, you realize that 5 days have passed since you departed the gatekeeper's twisted garden. So it's been a while since you've been to Gladham.
That is both very convenient and very inconvenient simultaneously. The elders are probably worried, so we should probably go talk to them first.
That is a safe assumption. And as you approach the elder's house, you are recognized by the guard on duty, who immediately opens the door and ushers you inside. And as he follows you in, he's like, "We thought you were dead." You see the elder seated at the back of the room, catch sight of you, recognize you, and there is an immediate God, what's the word? I'm like struggling for words right now. Reaction. We'll start there. From the three of them who are seated there, you recognize that it is the same three elders you spoke with before you left. Ginlamin, who is Adlar's father, who seems simultaneously extremely relieved and also extremely angry, catching sight of Adlar amongst you. You also see Merakian and Kira, the two who were somewhat resistant to involving you, also among this group, and they are really only expressing a sense of relief and gratitude as they kind of hurry up to you. And there's a lot of voices all going off at once before they finally kind of catch themselves and get a little more organized. And eventually, Kira will sort of take point here and say, we were really starting to worry you had died. It has been almost a week since you left.
We apologize for the slow return. We were testing out some new magic to aid us in our travels, and it took longer than expected.
The magic? Her eyebrows kind of rise.
Gifted to us by the actual gatekeeper who has now been reinstated.
And it's a collective sigh of relief from the three of them. She has given you a great boon indeed. Very few on this island have been gifted such an item. Guard it carefully. Ginlamin at this point will speak up, kind of stepping towards Adlar. I do not recall ever giving you permission to leave on this expedition, my boy. To which Adlar will sort of straighten up and say, I have seen the gatekeeper, father. If I understand you correctly, I believe I am now officially a man. And his father just kind of eyeballs him, staring at him. There's that grimace of like barely bottled rage that starts to break and turn into a smile, and he breaks and he throws his arms around Adlar. He's like, I am so glad to see you back, my son. You did good. Well, I'm glad it worked out that way. It was a little touch and go there for a second. And Ginlamin will turn to the rest of you and say, I am eternally in your debt for returning my son safely to me. And for saving the island. You have done a great thing here today. A great thing indeed.
We think
Now, I
that
confess.
we think that the gatekeeper should remain in power for the indefinite future. They seemed more aware of why things turned out this way and will be more cautious in the future.
Maybe not indefinite, but definitely the foreseeable.
An important distinction to make, I think. We may perhaps need to check up on her more often in the coming days and weeks, just to keep a sharp eye out. But I digress. I am, as I said, very relieved to see you return. We all are. And if you will permit me a moment to go retrieve your reward. We had it ready for you a few days ago, but I believe it may have been buried in one of the storerooms. Excuse me for one moment. And he will step aside towards one of the small storage alcoves in this sort of long hall. And you'll hear some rummaging around. It takes a minute.
Burberry's gonna
minutes.
lean over to the party and go, did we need to tell them about what was the stuff at the gate watch?
I don't think they'd care, but we could.
I mean, that's just a lot of last stuff.
Oh, the stuff in the basement.
No. Lauren's like, shut your damn mouth.
God damn.
I propose we wait and see how good the reward is.
I propose we go and look at it ourselves, and then, like, maybe take a little bit, and then leave like a little note after we leave.
Go to a tower that nobody goes to.
Don't tell them.
Let's just see what
I
they
will
They
bring
could have
us.
some good stuff.
I will say the only reason that these people are not immediately just like clocking this conversation is because Adlar is currently like engaged in conversation with the other two elders in front of you guys. You guys are sort of like pulled back, whispering, and they're sort of both talking about some stuff about how he is now a proper initiate of the way. You are coming into a new phase of your life, Adlar, and you are probably going to be taking on new responsibilities around town. And it's a couple years early, but I think after the week we've had, I am more than ready.
Lauren, I'm just gonna let you guys know that if anybody brings up that Gatewatch tower underneath it, she's instantly gonna interrupt you. So be prepared.
Okay, so,
Burberry pipes up when he hears this. He goes, "Oh, actually, I was hoping to learn a little bit more about the way, if that was possible."
Well, certainly, yes. I think we could probably be a little bit more forthcoming, considering the great favor you have done for us. And yeah, I guess I'll ask Burberry. Are you wanting to have this conversation now, or is this something you might want to break off with these guys later to talk about?
Oh, shite, we never had our conversation.
Yes, that we will get to, potentially tomorrow.
Whenever the DM has free time.
Yeah. I am up for the next couple days, so
I'm open to having it later. It's mostly just Burberry being Burberry. So if he can learn a new thing, religion, whatever, he is down.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So whatever is convenient.
Yeah. But yeah, I think before you get too deep into conversation with them right this second, Gilliman will return, and he will have a pretty sizable bundle in his arms as he approaches you. And drawing close, you can see that there is what looks to be a pretty hefty coin pouch, as well as a small leather case, a metallic pipe of some kind, and a pretty hefty folded bundle of cloth underneath. And he will extend these out to you and sort of give a low bow and say, "In our eternal gratitude for the service you have done to Gladham and its people, we, the elders of the city, would like to offer you these tokens of our goodwill and eternal friendship."
I'll return the bow and take whatever is handed to me.
Sure, yeah. So, there is in fact a hefty coin pouch. Quite heavy.
Hand it to John.
Probably about the size of like a cantaloupe.
Ooh.
It just rattles with coin. The little leather case has a little buckle on it. The metal pipe is pretty much exactly what it looked like. It's like a flute without any holes bored into it. It's just like a metal thing.
Pipe?
It's a terrible flute.
It's maybe like 8 inches long. And the bundle of cloth, as you unfold it, turns out to be a hooded, sort of dashiki, cloak or poncho. This pretty voluminous, goes down like past the waist. Very like intricate, colorful geometric patterns running around the collar and out across the fabric, and around the hem of the hood and the edge. And as you hold it in your hands, catching sort of the torchlight around you, this cloak almost shimmers. And you watch as the threads of these intricate designs begin to change color in your hands, Noel.
Oh.
And take on this very rich crimson, gold, and sort of cream color palette, kind of matching your current getup.
This is cool. What is this?
This is a cloak of our people, Gilliman will say. It is capable of melding you into whatever environment you may find yourself in. It's an heirloom, passed down through generations, and we would like you to have it.
This is all very generous. What is the metal pipe?
An apology from us. Kira will speak up. I regret now my earlier conduct when first we met. It is not custom for us to involve outsiders, but you have proven to be a very welcome exception. So, we offer you this chime in the hopes that it will open more paths for you in the future.
So it's like a musical instrument.
Is that what I think it is?
I would not play it unless you are Bard from Inch.
I know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
I have
Can
no
you send
clue.
it in chat so I know?
Out of character.
He is.
I will say, as you are holding these items, guys, you do begin to start to get the sense that both the cloak and this chime are actually quite magical.
So it was the chime, the cloak, and the bag of money?
Bag of money and a small leather case.
Oh, I'll open that up. Just take a little peek.
Inside the case, there are 2 small vials of brilliant red crimson liquid,
Ooh,
which you immediately recognize are potions of healing.
fantastic.
Give those to John.
I feel like the squishiest people should probably have the potions.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
So I'll hand one to
Good job.
Burberry, and I'll keep one for myself.
John is full of big squishy muscle. More squishy muscle than anyone else. But yeah, the elders are very, very grateful for your assistance, and this was their reward. So, Burberry, following this little presentation, Kira will kind of turn back to you and say, so you are interested in the way, little one?
Absolutely. I adore learning of new ways of worship.
Well, it is a shorthand to start, of course. It is in full a way of harmony, a way of living at one with the world around you. And she'll sort of pull you off to the side a little bit to start this conversation. And what comes out of it, the way is not strictly like a religious practice the way we would think about it. Like, it's not like, you go to church on Sunday and you do these things and then da-da-da. It's very much, a day-to-day philosophy and worldview, a way of looking at the world.
So it's like believing in karma versus worshiping God.
Yeah. It does govern certain, traditions in Feral. There is, this practice of offering to the Fae. People will put out dishes of food at night, depending on the phase of the moon. They will occasionally, leave things at the edge of the forest that they don't need or that they think would make a nice gift to, local Fae spirits. It's important to maintain a good, strong relationship with your neighbors and your community. And this is part of the way. It's also important to be mindful and, conscious of your own current struggles, whether you're fully aware of them or not. You should try to be. And Kira notes that this is something that even she still struggles with. And to aid in this, there is meditation. There are herbal supplements that are used. And once, an elf of the island comes of age, they near their first century, if they are so inclined to make a sort of a commitment to the community and to step into a leadership position, they will make a trip out to the forest and attempt to find and meet with the gatekeeper. It's not something that happens frequently, so it is noteworthy when it does. And there is usually a period of consultation and training from the elders directly for someone who is looking to pursue that higher understanding. And Adlar has apparently done it, 3 or 4 years early, which is not something that's happened before, but they're not going to complain considering the results. So yeah, it's very much about maintaining, balance and peace and harmony amongst, the community. And they have some specific, practices that aid in this pursuit. But beyond that, it's not a terribly complicated or intricate faith system.
So I didn't make this note, and this is more of a general question for the group. What were the name of the 2 gatekeepers that are now lost?
Let's see. I don't know if I wrote their names down.
I did not write their names down.
I have them somewhere in my glossary of characters. Let me look. Found them. Finran and Edrain.
Oh, Gatewatch. I thought you said gatekeepers, so I was like, I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know her name.
I do have that written down.
All right. Well, are we doing anything else here? Or are we moving on with our day?
How much gold did we get, by the way?
A melon-sized bag of gold. You'll probably need to sit down and count it, unless you want to just ask.
No, we'll do that next week.
I figured we'd be polite and not just yank open the bag of gold in front of him and start counting.
How much money's in here?
No, I thought we were already done with the whole convo. So I thought we were already.
Okay, so
I didn't realize we hadn't left.
assuming we're moving on, I will give a bow to the gatekeepers and I will thank them for every one of their gifts and
The elders, you mean?
Yeah.
yeah, God, so many titles. Okay, but we'll thank them and be on our way. I would propose, as Noel, that the DM's gonna hate me, but it really would make more sense if me and Burberry go, and Adlar actually go talk to Dodo's family, while the rest of you guys perhaps either started looking into travel accommodations to move off of Faeril, talked to the resort owner to see how that's sitting, because I'm not sure if we have any time left on that, or talk to the mine owner to just let them know that we're going to do one more sweep in the coming day.
Lauren's gonna go to the hotel area.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want to head with me to the Gatewatch?
Oh. Yes, let's go.
If we're gonna count more money, we might as well do it all at once.
Okay, let's go get the money.
So we're sitting on that then. Okay.
Yep.
All
We're
right.
going back.
Cool.
I'll sit here and count the gold.
Barnaby's just going to
We're
sit in the
only
Elder
getting
House.
more, so we might as well just count all of it at once.
Was it 29? I think had the. Coin.
Sorry, one more quick question while I'm filling out stuff. What was the name of the scary bat lady from the Gatewatch?
The scary bat lady.
The head person who doesn't like talking to people.
Gideon.
Is that his name? Okay.
30 was the
That
one.
with the one with the wing.
30.
I think if that's the session where we discovered the coin pile.
Yeah. Okay. I found my notes. All right. So yeah, we've got Lauren going back to the resort.
No, she's
resort.
going.
No,
to,
I'm going
she's going to
with,
the coin pile.
She's going
I'm
to
going
the
to
coin
the
pile. Okay,
Yeah.
coin pile first, and then resort.
Yes.
Noelle and
Exactly.
Burberry are going to see Doto.
I assume Adlar too, but yeah.
Yeah, with Adlar. And Barnaby is counting coins.
So I'm going with Lauren.
1, 2, 3.
Probably wait
So,
and do that back in the hotel room in privacy.
So yeah, Barnaby, I assume you're just going to find somewhere out of the way where you don't have a huge thing of money sitting out
Correct.
in public to count. Yeah, you in short order will find that there are 500 gold pieces in this coin pouch.
So we have
400?
100 gold pieces.
500.
Or 500. All right.
Yes.
So there's 100 per person.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll distribute it all once we get totals.
Lauren and John going back to the Gatewatch's tower on the north side of town. You will find the door is still right as you left it. Does not seem like this place has been disturbed since the last time you were in here. Heading out of the basement, there is the large pile of coins and other detritus lying around. Are you going to count these coins right now?
Yup. I'm gonna
Okay.
sit down. Wait, can I have a question? Can I like jump into the pile of money? Is there that much?
It's not like that much money. It's definitely like a small mound in the middle of the room. Like if you were to spread it out evenly, you could probably cover the floor in coins. But all bunched up, it's like a shitload of silver and a smattering of gold.
Okay, I'll just sit in it and start counting.
Okay. This will
can't
take
jump
you about 4 times as long as Barnaby to count. So you're going to be here a while. What you find is 2,060 silver pieces, 70 gold pieces, as well as scattered amongst them 9 small cut gemstones worth 10 gold pieces each. And among the various items that are also scattered around this room, clothing, tools, beauty implements, dishware. There are a handful of other items that catch your eye. A couple of glass vials containing small glimmering liquid, as well as a small 2-inch perfectly spherical polished crystal. And holding it in your hand, you do get a similar sensation to the chime and the cloak that you handled earlier.
Just to verify with the silver, with the gold, that is, so if we had 570 gold, it would be 5,700 silver, right?
It's 2,060 silver pieces.
Yeah, I'm talking about converting the gold to silver as well.
Multiply by 10.
Oh, then it would be a total of
5,700, so it'd be a total of 7,760.
Whoa. In total?
Silver.
Like, between the reward and this pile? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, probably. If you've got 500, you'd add a 0, and that's silver, so 5,000. Yeah.
Plus the 70 gold from this pile.
So that's another 700 silver.
Yeah, so 7,760 silver.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the item before the perfectly polished crystal?
3 small vials of glowing liquid. One you recognize instantly to be a potion of healing of some kind. This one actually does seem to be shining with significantly brighter light than the other two. The other 2 potions do not immediately jump out at you in terms of their function.
And then you said there was like beauty implements. Aloran will take those.
Yeah, there's like hairbrushes and little makeup compacts. Some.
She doesn't need a hairbrush.
I was gonna say, I don't think she's
combs,
getting much out of a hairbrush.
Yeah.
Some really basic like wire jewelry, you know.
Okay, I'll get a hairbrush for Noelle.
Oh.
And I'll get like one of the nicer ones.
Okay.
And then I guess any like hair accessories that are there for her.
Yeah, sure. There's like hair clips and little combs that you can set in your hair with like various animal faces, or butterflies, flowers, and stuff. Like it's just like a mishmash of just random shit that has clearly been stolen by fairy people.
I don't recommend showing them off until we're off the island.
Yeah. Oh, I won't. They're just gonna go in my backpack.
It's a good party, but not a great party.
So the 2-inch crystal perfectly polished thing, what is that?
It's a little crystal ball. Like,
What do you identify?
Yeah,
If
you
anybody
need
has
to
it.
spend some time with it to like figure out how it works and what it is.
Okay, so Lauren's good then. So she'll be satisfied.
I mean, I can, but I'm not currently there.
Are there any like religious textbooks in this pile? Or books of interest?
Give me an investigation check.
Ooh, and cookbooks. I want to see if there's a cookbook in here.
Okay.
I'm looking for stuff that other people would like to. Ooh, unnatural 20.
Okay.
No.
Not like a ton of books here. You get the impression that fairies are probably not big readers for whatever reason. However, you do find like a cookbook that looks like it was taken because it had like a really nice like gold filigree inlay on the cover.
Okay.
But, it's just like the history of Elvish cooking. Very like ornate, like old book. There are, by your count, 6 diaries in this pile that were stolen. A decent number of them have like pressed flowers inside. All of them are like very densely filled with very personal anecdotes from various people's lives around the island. And yeah, seems like the kind of vindictive shit fairies would steal.
Yeah,
if they were
Lauren's
trying
not
to send a message.
Like, Alora's gonna finish counting all the gold stuff, then she's gonna get bored, and then we're gonna come back. She's gonna be like, "Oh my god, did you know so and so? Oh, they totally had a crush on so and so like 2 years ago. It did not."
I'm gonna flip through it and see if I can find the juiciest diary to read.
The juiciest diary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She wants
The
to be
juiciest.
entertained by like the
I want
diary
to-
of soap operas.
Okay, I'll say.
Oh, and I'm actually kind of curious if one of the diaries talks about oh my god, what's his face? That's been traveling with us, Adlar.
Adlar?
Yes.
You're trying to crush
I want to know.
plot twist. It's a 7-year-old boy.
I'll say.
Oh god. No.
I want to be just like Adlar when I grow up. Adlar's big and strong. No, I'll say his name probably does come up a couple of times. There's, people mention talking to him in a couple passages. No, like deep crushes on him that you can see it from this small smattering. I'll say the juiciest diary that you find, is a fucking thick one, and it, judging from like the very flowery handwriting and like just like pages of like this is probably like 1,000-page like it looks like it's been like the cover's been torn off and the pages have been like refastened with like another book and like a new cover's been like wrapped around it like 3 or 4 times. Like it's a fat fucking book. This looks like it belongs to an old ass motherfucker. Like they've been keeping this diary for centuries. And there's a lot in here. Granted, it's all in Elvish, which I don't know if you can read necessarily that fluently. I'll say you probably recognize Adler's name. Maybe it's come up in conversation while you were traveling with him. You know what his name looks like written down, but
I think maybe we should return this.
I want to read it. Imagine this book could be spicy, man. Curious. Could be a spicy book. Can I roll to see what the level of spice is?
It could also be plain as vanilla.
Are
pudding.
you fluent in Elvish?
Yeah, she's not fluent in
Then
Elvish.
you don't
but-
know what's in the book. You just know it's a very big, thick personal diary.
Fine. Okay.
No,
Well,
but
I have
she
no-
might be able to notice if the person was mad when they were writing, because their handwriting would get more erratic as well as more heavy-handed.
Sure.
It's okay. I'm not gonna get the juicy diary because I can't read it. I'll leave it be.
This is an island of elves.
Imagine the drama in this small community. Imagine if so and so fucked so and so while so and so was dating somebody else.
Cul-de-sac.
And this all happened 50 years ago, and they're still mad about it.
Yes, exactly. That's fine. I'll
Could
just
well
take
be the case. Who knows? Ask Noelle. She speaks Elvish.
Shh, don't tell him.
I don't think Noelle would approve of that. So she's just gonna leave it be.
All right. Cool. So you got your coin, you got your potions, you got your little crystal ball.
Okay.
Cool. Noelle. Burberry. You two and Adlar will make your way back to Dodo's house.
Before we arrive, I'm gonna take 2 of those candies from the jar and keep them. That's all.
Okay.
What
Sure.
should I write down?
How?
Gatekeeper's
Stash.
stash. Sure, yeah, just call it that.
Gatekeeper's
Hard,
good
hard
candy.
candies gifted. Hard candies gifted to Doto to aid in his recovery. You kept 2.
I'm curious, alright? Let's see. Okay, that's all I wanted to do on the way over.
Okay. Coming up to the door, giving it a knock. After a moment, it opens, and you see the familiar face of Chayli Tudo standing there before you. Manan, my friends. Adlar. You're back. I hope everything went well. Did you?
I feel like just the look on his face would kind of...
Probably.
Yeah. You see her face kind of fall a little bit too. Oh no. Well, I appreciate you trying at least.
We are sorry we couldn't bring better news, but Doto will not be able to return to who he was. We asked and we tried to find ways, but even after restoring the power of the old gatekeeper, there is no magic that can help in this circumstance.
She kind of swallows back some tears and just. Well, I do appreciate you trying. It is more than I could have asked for.
The gatekeeper did seem confident that a new person could come out of this, though.
I suppose that is all well and good. But it's not my daughter anymore.
Is Doto around?
He's inside. As usual.
Could
Would
we
you like to see him?
speak with him?
Of course, please come in. She will usher you inside and heading back down that hall, smoke sort of filtering through the crack above the door, pooling against the ceiling. You open it and look inside, and there he is, almost exactly as you left him over a week ago.
Has he read any of the books?
I was gonna say, do we see the books anywhere?
Yeah, most of them are sitting on the little end table, coffee table. There is one book sitting on the arm of the sofa, however.
Yay!
Can we
So-
see what it is? Is it a fiction or
It has
non-fiction?
been picked up. It looks like one of the fiction titles.
Hi, Dota? Do you remember us?
He had already kind of glanced over after the door opened. He says, "It's you again." Hello. Dodo. How are you feeling? About the same. What brings you by today?
Well, we wanted to just check in on you and just see if you got our books.
Or if you found interest in any of them.
Starts rattling on about one of the books. Like,
He just kind of nods. He says, "Yeah, they were dropped off a while ago. I started reading one. It's been slow. It's not bad though.
What is it about?
Ceiling." He picks it up and kind of flips it over in his hand. It's about the man who hops on a ship and goes hunting for sea monsters. Captain seems like kind of a crazy asshole, but
is he reading Moby Dick?
the crew is interesting. Fantasy
No,
Moby
it's
Dick, different.
it's a kraken.
It is a very thick little book. But yeah, that's what he's reading right now. It's very dense. Verbose. I think it's older.
Does it sound familiar? Like something I've read before? Or no.
I mean, roll a history check, sure. Yeah.
It's pretty good. What the hell is Noel's history? No, just
It
plus
was
one.
required reading at Noel's high school.
17.
17. I mean, you're pretty well read. Yeah, it's not an unfamiliar title to you. This is a
Kind of a classic.
This is kind of a literary classic. It's from Enigard, the West Coast. older book written in Vergos. You would remember this is not like an ancient, like pre-settlement book
Mm-hmm.
titled "The Great Hunt."
You know,
don't remember it ending very well for anyone, though.
I could see why you might have a hard time starting that one, but I will tell you, once you get to chapter 10, things really start picking up. It's worth powering through until then.
I stopped in 7. Is it? He starts flipping through the book. It's like another 100 pages.
It is absolutely worth it, though. I promise.
And
I'll say this much: okay, small. It's not really a spoiler, but not everyone on the crew is as they seem.
Well, I got that much. So there's this guy, and he starts, there's this guy. He's like covered in tattoos, but he speaks like, perfect Draconic. Barely speaks any Elvish. It's very strange. He is clearly hiding something.
It is interesting that that's the one you're suspicious of.
Who should I be suspicious of?
I guess you'll have to keep reading.
Oh, don't do this. Don't do this. Just be honest.
I feel like this is the most personality we've seen from him.
Yeah, I think Adlar actually kind of gets a small chuckle from that little interaction too. You see him kind of lighten up a little bit, where he had been very stoic, stone-faced as you guys walked in. Listen, Toto, we brought you something. And he'll kind of pause his paging through and stop and look up. Like, more books? No, something from the gatekeeper.
Oh yes, a small something from
the actual gatekeeper.
Yes, from her to you. I'll take out the jar of candy.
He'll take it.
For your troubles, some candy.
He looks at it and looks back to you and says, "It's just candy?"
She claimed it would have some kind of calming effect.
Wait, are these magic candies?
I don't know, but I kept 2 of them. No, I don't say that. I don't say that.
You guys have this little aside in the very back of the room.
Could I cast Identify on these candies?
Identify?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, casting Identify. Adlar and Doto are both kind of like, what are you doing? At first, when you start chanting or whatever. But you finish your spell and you recognize these are what you might call
Weed
what do you
candies.
call it? A lozenge of soothing.
She gave him cough drops. Sorry you died. Here's some cough drops.
They are they're little candies, and as long as you're sucking on one, you are under the effects of essentially under the effects of a calm emotion.
Oh. I should have stolen more of these.
And yeah.
So Burberry will say,
Oh, fascinating. She gave you a candy that helps you, if stuff is overwhelming you, it kind of helps keep you even.
Does it work better than weed?
Only one way to find out.
and Burberry snaps
Fair
and
point.
points at Mel.
He'll pop one into his mouth. Just kind of sit back in the chair. It's not bad. Well, I've definitely felt worse.
And this certainly tastes better, probably.
What does it taste like?
I don't really have the dry mouth from this. Yeah, that part's nice. It's like I don't know. It's like it starts out fruity and then it starts getting almost like It's
Menthol.
like a chocolate almost. No. There's no mint. It's like it starts fruity and it gets like chocolatey almost. Have you guys had chocolate?
Once or twice.
Tootsie Pop. It's a Tootsie Pop candy.
It's pretty good. You just want one? I'll offer you the jar.
Oh, I'm quite all right, thank you.
No, thank you.
Either I'll just say, yeah, sure, fuck it. He'll take one. Pop it into his mouth. That's pretty good. They'll just fucking sit there sucking on their Tootsie Pops.
I'd say, at the very least, I don't know about Burberry, but Noelle would probably just hang out here for like half hour to an hour and just like talk books and whatever Dodo wants to talk about, just to like, I don't know, ease things into a conversation, and then eventually start moving onward toward our next task.
Like Burberry pulls out a deck of cards. Gets everyone to play a game.
Okay. I mean,
Okay, sure, yeah.
we should
down.
like
We'll play cards.
we could like portion out the candies and pretend to bet them. They're like chips.
Okay, everybody starts with 10. He'll start passing out, little handfuls of candy, clattering on the table. Okay, who's dealing? I don't think I can.
I can deal.
I
I can deal the
try.
first one.
Okay. And I'll say, guys, give me. I'm trying to remember how do you play card games. Start with a. Actually, wait. It's on my.
It was
my sheet.
It was bluffing, reading the other party, and luck. Were the 3 rolls you had me make last time I played
Right,
3
yeah.
Dragon Ante.
Insight, deception, and intimidation. That's what it was.
In that order.
Yes. And if you have proficiency with the gaming set, you can use that in place of any one of those checks.
I do not.
Okay. So, starting with insight.
Terrible. 11.
Okay.
Okay, so Burberry rolled a nat 1 on insight. I think he's so focused and trying to make sure that Dodo's having a good time that he just kind of loses track of what everybody else is doing.
I think Dodo gets very into the game very quickly. He is absolutely like sizing everyone up around the table. And while you guys are more prioritized on just like, we're trying to make this like a fun thing, he starts to get kind of competitive. And he starts
I know
aggressive.
a group of teenagers I can introduce him to.
He starts betting pretty aggressively as the next 3 cards start coming off the top of the deck. So go ahead and give me deception rolls, everybody.
I rolled a 7.
Okay.
21 for Noelle.
So 7.
Okay. So I will say, despite his initial confidence, you do get the sense very quickly Adlar is definitely bluffing. Or not Adlar, Dodo is definitely bluffing. And he's not doing a very good job of hiding it. He rolled exactly what you rolled, Burberry. Adlar, however, is definitely holding his kind of stone face a lot better, Noelle, and it kind of feels like it's almost down to you two in this final little phase of betting before the final card drops. So intimidation.
So you know how sometimes when somebody stares at something like too hard, it's almost unsettling?
Yeah.
That's Burberry right now. He got a 19.
17 for intimidation.
17 for intimidation. Okay. I don't think Adlar got as good of a read on Doto as you did. And he starts to get kind of nervous as the betting continues this round and ends up folding, which Doto is very excited to have accomplished. And it comes down to, I think the 3 of you are sort of here on the final little round. And yeah, I will say you guys definitely sense Dodo probably doesn't have the strongest of hands, but he's definitely feeling very confident, and he is immediately like just fucking all in. So for this final roll, just do a little tiebreaker here. So go ahead and give me a d20 roll, and add, I think, 2 for Burberry and 4 for Noel to the total.
Okay, that brings it to a whopping 4.
21. I rolled a 17.
Nice. Doto rolled a 13.
However,
So,
I will say, I think if Noel gets the sense he's going to win, she'll probably just fold.
Aww.
Okay. So Burberry, what was your total again?
4.
4. Okay. Dodo rolled a 13. If Noel's folding, Dodo's got the higher hand. Somehow. And he throws his cards out. He's like, ah! Look at that. Very excited.
Push the candies towards him.
He's like, yeah.
That's
Okay, next
awesome.
turn. He starts passing them out again. And you'll play a few rounds of this game over the course of the next half hour or so. He definitely seems much more engaged than you've seen him so far.
I feel like Burberry starts gabbing about the teenagers that he played cards with, all like the followers of the Kerr.
Adlar actually is like, we used to know those guys. Yeah. We used to hang out with them all the time. I know you don't remember Dodo, but Genevieve and God, what was his name?
The one with so much makeup.
Avadir, that was it. God, those guys, huge fucking drama queens when we were kids. Like, just
Don't
the
think
most,
much has changed.
the most extra you can be.
Just looking over my shoulder. Sorry, but is the mom? It's Dodo's mom, right? Is she hearing any of the that there is personality and excitement going on in here?
Give me a perception check.
It's like a 19 total.
19. There is a moment in the game where things kind of quiet down for a second, and you become aware, Noel, of this faint shifting sound coming from the hallway. Almost as if someone realized it just got quiet and got nervous and backed away from the door.
Okay.
But a second later, the conversation picks back up, and Doto and Adlar are, going back at it. And Adlar continues to reminisce. Doto does not seem like terribly put off by all this. He actually seems to be kind of like, really? We knew people like that? He's like, yeah, no, they were crazy. Nowadays, I think they are basically hanging out at Avadia's every night, drinking and playing cards in front of like an altar. And he's like, really? Are they playing cards with their god? And he's like, yeah, I guess that's what they're trying to do. Just kind of...
Bad at it.
From what I remember, they were never very good. And yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like a weirdly normal conversation, despite how fraught circumstances are for Doto. Definitely get the sense that this lozenge is very, very helpful.
It's a good cough drop.
Quality cough drops. Wait, so does this mean like in the future, like Adlar will make like an homage or a visit every once in a while to the gatekeeper to update his lozenges?
Refill a prescription.
I mean, I might need some help.
They do need to go talk to her once a month anyway, so.
Check in, make sure she's still our gatekeeper. But yeah, you guys can play for half hour, however long, and Doto definitely seems better, having gotten his mind off of this whole situation this way. Marked improvement.
That's good. Eventually, when we have to go, I think we'll probably go to the mine owner. Gotta get that conversation out of the way.
All right.
Burberry
Sure.
gets distracted for a second.
Okay.
So Burberry's actually gonna cast Sending.
Oh shit.
And they are going to I'm gonna say message. It's not spell message. It's sending. But you just said their freaking name. Where did I write it? Gideon. So they're actually gonna message Gideon.
Interesting. Okay.
And say, "Hello, Gideon," Burberry speaking, "informing you Fenrin and Edrain of Feyrill lost in Feywilds. Gatewatch Tower there stands empty, and thought you should know."
That is very concerning. Thank you for your notification, Burberry. Not much we can do currently. Still waiting for Durin. That is the extent of his message.
That's fine. I just figured that they'd want to tell higher ups or something that there's currently no one.
I think you might remember from previous conversations with Gideon is basically the highest up in the region.
Oh, well, in that case, it's good that he knows.
Yeah. And they are very short-handed. So,
It occurs to
taking
me I
your
probably
lead.
shouldn't tell Lauren I can do that.
Don't tell her, but I can also do that.
Your secret's safe with me.
Lauren's secretly crying because she can hear you.
She's using the crystal ball to scry on us. What is the name of the guy who we got the resort from? Does anyone remember?
That
I have
man's
it written.
name was
I cannot find it for the life of me.
Captain Gartner?
Bolton.
Or do you
Bolton
mean-
Sunshock.
Lotan. Because that's the owner, not the person
No.
who gave us the thing.
Bolton is the concierge. He is the acting
Yeah.
manager. He
Yeah.
does not
I-
own the resort.
I
He
see
has
why
made
I'm
that
so
very clear.
confused. We've got Botan, Doto, and Dornan are the three people we needed to talk to today. Okay.
Well, that's one off the list.
Yes.
So after we're done, I'd like to go to the resort and see if she has any letters.
Sure. Yeah.
And no one has told yet.
Okay. Well, so Burberry Noel eventually will take your leave.
Mhm.
Adlar will see you to the door and just say, thank you again for your help.
Well, if you
This
do
method.
want to try playing cards with the drama queen,
They meet all that. Burberry tells him where that group meets to play cards.
You know, I may actually hit them up. That might be a good connection to rekindle. Thank you. And listen, I know I was not exactly at the top of my game while we were out there these past few days, but in the future, if you ever need any help with anything in particular in similar nature, let me know. I owe you guys. I owe you guys a lot.
Well,
It's
we
the
will
least I can do.
keep that in mind. And don't worry too much. I never hit with my crossbow either, so.
You do not pride yourself on being one of the best hunters in Gladden, though. I won't lie, it's a little embarrassing. I promise I will be practicing, getting back into form. I think perhaps I've had it a little too easy with boars and birds these past months. Getting into a fight like that was not something I've had a lot of experience with. But if you need me, I am here for you, my friends. He will offer you a hand.
Shake his hand. We'll keep you in mind.
As you pull your hand away, you will find that there is a small pouch of coin. He has palmed you.
You win this round.
He closes the door. it's the 25 gold pieces that you guys supposedly shook down that dwarf for.
Okay.
So heading to Dornan.
Whose 25 gold was this?
It was y'all's.
Oh,
I'm pretty
okay.
Sure. You guys just
I think
pulled
we
it.
pitched
and
in
were
like 5 each.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys just pulled it. We're like, yeah, we totally got it off that guy.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, heading towards Dornan's.
John's gonna be waiting outside Jordan.
You guys will find John outside waiting. It looks like he broke off from Aloran, who is still counting coins underneath the Gatewatch Tower.
Oh, I think she was
Lauren went.
jumping.
No, I went to go.
I know. So Barnaby had 500 gold pieces. You had like 2,000 something coins to count. You're going to be down there for a little while. So we're going to segue into this scene, and then we'll get to you as you're making your way to the resort.
Okay.
So, Noel, Burberry, and John, you are.
Hey guys,
staying
I'm gonna wait out here. Just give a holler if you need muscle.
Good to know. I think it'll be all right though.
Okay. So, heading inside, the bell over the door jingles, ding ding ding, and immediately Dornan bursts out of the back office and sees you. He's like, "There you are!
Hi.
I have been trying to locate you for a few days now. I take it you're well."
We are all right. We took longer than expected getting back here.
Well, the mine, I am told, is traversable.
Yes.
After the fire and smoke have cleared out. So, whenever you are ready to make your final evaluation of your work, I would love to get my mine back.
I think that's something we could probably do before the end of today.
Excellent, actually. That's good. Okay.
Because it's still pretty
So
early in the
straighten up.
morning, right?
Yeah. You guys got to town at like fucking 8 or 9 a.m. and it's only been like an hour. So.
Okay.
He actually his demeanor kind of shifts me like, oh well, good.
We are sorry about the extra long wait there. Kind of out of our hands, but we will make sure things are back on track for you. Hopefully by tomorrow, assuming there's no more spiders. But I don't know anything could have lived down there with all the fire. So
Well, I am hopeful, and I am very eager to hear back. So I will see you tomorrow then.
see you tomorrow.
Good. He will see you out
Yep.
and head back to his office.
Okay.
Cool.
Off to the resort, I guess, would be the last stop.
All right.
That went better than expected.
It did.
So, Aloran at the resort. You have finished counting your coins. You've crossed town, and have now made it back to the North Shore Gardens. Just as you remember, it's the pristine, open lawns behind the enclosed white plaster wall, swaying palm trees overhead. What would you like to do?
I would like to go see if I have a letter.
Mr. Ogolath, the front desk will greet you. You have some messages.
Messages?
Yes,
Goody.
actually. Both, I believe, from the same address. And the little desk man will pull out a couple of envelopes and hand them to you. And they are both addressed to you from Gerald at the Presidium.
Okay.
So which one you opening first? They're identical.
Do the one that was sealed by a kiss.
What was one of them sealed by a kiss?
Roll a perception check.
I have a +9 to my perception. I can't roll bad anymore.
You can
14.
smell Gerald spit somehow.
Yeah, right? I knew it. I rolled a 14.
14. So you couldn't roll bad. 14. doesn't look like there's any kissy marks on the envelope. no big blotchy lipstick marks anywhere. So, opening the letters, first one you open will be a fairly lengthy little letter, about 2 pages of dense, messy Gerald scrawl. Reading it, the tone strikes you as kind of odd, considering what you remember sending him was, a recollection of harrowing spider caves. No mention of that anywhere in this letter. It's much more personal and pleasant, just like a nice catch up. How are you doing? Kind of letter. You see, he mentions that your handwriting seemed kind of rushed and that he couldn't read the entire thing. There were a couple patches where it just got too messy, but he got most of it and appreciates the sentiment conveyed. He has been thinking about you too, and is hoping that you are safe during your travels, and looks forward to a time when you are able to come back to Freeport in a more safe manner than you left. And he'll just kind of give you a brief little rundown of what's been going on back home in the past 2 weeks. He mentions that, since the Willem thing resolved and the sheriff closed down the case and investigation, the Presidium's been pretty much dead quiet, kind of back to normal, outside of Raynor and Secundo's training. He mentions that Gideon has more or less just locked himself in his study, has really not made much of an appearance since you guys left. Gerald thinks he's been really trying to dig into the knife, and he could swear that he's heard Gideon talking to it at night, trying to coax it to reveal its secrets.
Sketchy.
Yeah. He says there's been some talk over dinner, primarily with Aaron. There was one night where Gideon sat in on a discussion about sending someone to investigate Crown Peak ruins. But they're still leery of dispatching anyone from the Presidium, seeing as how Gerald is still unarmed. Aaron is their only armorer in the entire region, and Raynor and Secundo are still fairly green, and probably not quite ready for a solo delve like that yet. So for the time being, Crown Peak is still a little ways off. And, speaking of, armament, Aaron has been looking into maybe reconstructing some of Gerald's old kit. But, again, supplies are low, coffers are pretty close to empty. There's not really a lot to spare for the rare and expensive materials required to forge a suite of gate watching implements. But he will wrap up in his concluding paragraph how he appreciates the bit of poetry that you sent along, though he will confess there were a couple stanzas, again, he wasn't fully able to decipher, but he got the gist of it. It was very romantic.
Lauren is really confused. She's like, what the fuck is he talking about?
And he hopes you're doing well, and is looking forward to seeing you next time you're in Freeport, as there is something that he wants to share next time that you're in town.
She's just gonna glance and be like,
We're gonna see her. She's gonna be like, okay, guys, we need to go back to Freeport, now.
yeah, I think I sent something sketchy to him. I don't know what the fuck I said, but I'm concerned.
You had Noelle write it.
So of course it was lovely.
Yeah, you helped.
No, that
Rolled
was
like a nat something or other, right?
At the very bottom of the last page, there is a small postscript says, "Nice joke with the fish."
Jacob, you're gonna get assaulted by Chani later.
She sent the fucking fish. Don't look at me. This was entirely her doing.
I genuinely don't recall what was entailed in those letters, so...
Lauren bought a fish and mailed it with the dirty letters.
She bought a fish?
Yep, she mailed it to Gerald. She said, "Think of me."
All right.
What they think by they got there?
Did you forget you mailed a fucking fish, Johnny?
That's pretty in character, honestly.
Yes. I did forget about the fish.
So long and thanks for the fish.
Yeah, she's like, what the fuck is happening in this letter? She's gonna like start asking y'all questions when she sees you again.
How drunk was I? Why did you stop me?
So that's the first letter.
Oh yeah, because you sent one when you were plastered.
Yep. I think that was the response to my plastered letter.
Yep.
Because the memory she had was a quaint little letter about her adventures at the island.
Yeah. The second letter, the second response, markedly shorter, far less like congenial in the tone. Gerald's response is like, "Holy shit, that's really serious. Glad you're okay. Be careful. I talked to Aaron about this." And he goes on to describe a means that the Gatewatchers use on occasion to flush out dangerous creatures in tight, enclosed spaces, where they would light large fires at the mouth of a cave after sealing every other entrance, and try to suffocate the residents.
We are geniuses.
Don't worry. You already did that. We are amazing.
He notes how they've used this technique to great effect in a few instances, although in others they weren't able to find all the vents and had to go in and clear the cave out the old-fashioned way. But, it is an option at your disposal. He also notes that there are a handful of herbs native to Feral and the Feywood that are effective as sort of spot treatments for venomous bites and stings. He'll actually include a handful of little drawings and kind of help describe like what to look for to find these things if your party ends up badly poisoned by these horrible spider creatures.
You should tell the miners about that.
And he'll mention how he hopes that this is enough to help, and that if you need further assistance, Gideon actually mentioned at dinner one night that there was a gatewatch tower in Feral, manned by a pair of watchers, Fenrin and Idrin, who could likely render further aid if the party's in need.
Yes.
Those guys were a big help.
Big oof. Okay.
Maybe you should send
As you are finishing this letter, I think the rest of the party will return, sort of filtering in a few minutes at a time to the resort and find you in the lobby reading your letters.
Great. I'm gonna instantly be like, what the fuck did I write to this guy? Like,
I have no
did
idea.
I send him a fish?
You kept talking about fish.
Oh, God.
Where is Boatin around? Do I see him?
He's not in the front lobby, but I guess
asks the person.
Yeah, he'll mention Boatin is actually having breakfast right now in the dining area. If you would like to speak with him,
I have a quick question for him. That's all.
By all means, you know the way.
I know the way.
Okay.
Yeah, you will see Boatin is sitting at one of the corner tables, just having himself a nice little breakfast. He's got some sunny side up eggs, some hash, and lots of bacon just piled up.
Boatin, it's good to see you.
As you guys walk in, How are all of you? It has been some time. I'll stand up and shake each of your hands. I was beginning to worry you had skipped out on us.
Can I
Everything
roll
all right?
insight to see if Botan's like, oh, are these fuckers again?
Sure, yeah, insight check.
My favorite group.
Said
My
the really
favorite freeloaders.
We cleared out your
Holy shit.
goblins. Sort
cute.
of.
14.
14. He seems enthusiastic and happy to see you guys. Yeah, he stands up immediately, like wiping his mouth, setting it down, and shaking each of your hands, clasping on the shoulders. Like, how is everything? Are you all right? You did not find another place of residence.
I don't think there's anywhere nicer we could possibly have found.
That's the answer I was looking for.
We're actually just here because we were trying to figure out the specifics of our deal that we set up, because we took longer than expected doing a quest, and I wasn't sure how much time was left for our room.
Well, as I recall, when you excuse you, Mama. Look,
that is a cute cat.
This one is on my desk.
So honest.
Goodbye.
She's watching. What?
The cat is eating your breakfast.
Oh,
I
shoot!
just like,
Shoot!
there's these random cats just all over this world.
There is a cat goddess, a forgotten ancient being, the first god
Tell
of this
you all
planet.
about her.
Yeah, you guys would have gotten this deal on the 28th, I believe. And you guys were able to bargain a full week in exchange for a full Vergosian week, I should say.
So 10 days.
In exchange for this goblin favor of his. So he would be able to tell you, he's like, well, technically, our arrangement would have expired on the 38th, 2 days ago.
However,
Part of me thought you had left the island, so I was a little disheartened to not have even had the chance to say goodbye. But you're back, which is much better. May I ask where you've been the past 5 days?
We were dealing with some fake craziness.
We went and met the gatekeeper.
Uh,
Gatekeepers.
The
I guess.
who?
There was more than one.
Basically, the Fae that stops normal people from going and getting lost in the Fae.
And Botan, the dark-skinned human man who lives on the periphery of Elvish society in this village, he looks at you with the blankest expression in the world, like, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds very serious.
it was.
I hope you
Like
are
a
all
powerful
okay.
being. Oh, you know how a lot of things went missing in town?
I do recall hearing a bit about that, yes. I assumed it was more goblins, but they weren't stealing from me anymore, so...
No,
my
so it wasn't goblins. It was minions of the previous gatekeeper, who is now very much no longer alive.
It was complicated, but
Yeah.
the important thing is that
That's why I said complicated Fae stuff.
yes, but the important thing is there is no more evil gatekeeper, and there's only the good gatekeeper is back. So thumbs up for that one.
There was a bad one and a good one.
All right,
That's great.
Let me
Yeah.
just get to the meat of this. Could we just stay here until we leave? Because we're probably going to be leaving in a few days, if not sooner.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
And on the upside, if the answer's no, we do have a place we can stay.
That's true.
What
Lovely
place to
bits.
stay?
22.
He gives you guys kind of a sad smile. He says, I would like to honor the rest of our deal. Unfortunately, because I thought you left, I rented out the presidential suite to another guest. So that room is not currently available. But if you would like to take up your old cabana, which is actually open at the moment, you are more than welcome to stay the remainder of our arrangement.
I suppose that is fair, given that we bailed on you for 5 days straight.
I was-
How much were rooms here again?
Pricey.
It was 20 gold a night for the King's Suite.
And how much for a cabana?
I want to say like 10, maybe. Maybe.
By the way, did everybody add the money that I posted in chat?
I'm waiting until we get all our money, because we're going to be getting more before the session's over.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
And I guess to clarify, is he saying that he wants us to pay to stay here for the rest of the time, or he wants to honor our deal, but he doesn't have the King?
No,
He
he's
is
honoring
willing
our
to
deal.
honor the
It's
remainder
for a
of the
different
deal. Since you guys would have bailed, you would not have been present on the night of the 33rd. So technically, you'd have 5 more days.
Okay. I doubt we'll even use them, but we'll stay
Oh.
in the cabana, probably.
No, let's use them. We deserve another beach episode.
I mean, we do need... At some point, we got to talk about where we're actually going, but...
That is a
Yes,
conversation.
I do know where I would like to go next, and it is in the direction we're headed.
Out.
The water?
No, the next island.
Okay. I have no clue where I want to go next exactly, so let's have that discussion when we got everybody. Or wait, do we have everybody?
Yeah, everyone's here.
Okay.
I would very much like to go to Holborn.
Holborn.
Oh, Lindor, that is a very long way away.
Well, when one does a favor for a friend, sometimes one must go very long distances, and I mean very.
Well, heads up, that is going to be a long trip, my friends. I remember my travel table correctly.
Wait, which island are we heading to again next?
We're debating that right now.
I remember I did want to go to Daggerfall.
Daggermore?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I think it's Daggermore. Yeah.
So, Holborn is 4 days from mooring. And mooring is 5 days from Gladham. Actually, that's not terribly far. That's like a week at sea.
It's certainly closer than Hallavale, which is where else I want to go.
That's on the mainland, yeah. That you cannot sail there. That is a walk.
Also, apparently, we're avoiding that area at the moment.
Yes, well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to finish this before the cats finish it for me. But very glad to see you are all alive and well. Please enjoy the rest of your stay here. And once I'm done with breakfast, if there's anything I can do for you, let me know.
Just need our room keys.
He's gonna
I know.
sure, let the front desk know, and he will return to his breakfast. And the front desk will be able to hook you up with your keys and get you guys situated in a new
Cabana?
your old room, really, the first room that you had when you came here, the cabana out on the grounds.
Right, okay. I remember that, yeah.
Oh wait, if they know that I'm coming, do they make me like work?
There is no blanket fort when you reach the cabana.
Okay,
It was pretty
That's
short
fine.
notice.
that means
so
that means that I can just build it myself.
That's true. Yeah. So, all of you are gathered in the cabana. You got all your gear, all of your rewards, your cash, and your magical items, including the ill-gotten goods Aloran squirreled away from the pile under the Gate Watchtower.
Well, we actually technically... Okay, so let's do money quick. Since we're all here and all the money, I'll toss the 25 gold bag into the pile. Okay, so that's what I've got. What does everybody else have?
Lauren will pull out this massive thing of silver.
The Santa's bag.
Yeah, just. He's like, oh, thank God, my back was breaking.
It is roughly 4 times the size of the melon bag that you were given from the elders.
Wait, are these diaries?
Oh no, I didn't take the diaries. I left them.
Oh, okay.
Nope. The only thing I took extra was the hairbrush, hair clips, combs, and the fancy cookbook. And I'll give the fancy cookbook to Barnaby, and then I will give the hairbrush with the hair clips and combs to Noel.
Oh. Well, thank you. Is there like already hairs in them?
Silver.
Oh yeah, there's like hairs in half the combs. One of the brushes has like written in Elvish on the back of it, property of Elmira Greenhaven. Like...
Thank you, Noel, or not Noel, Lauren. That's very thoughtful.
I can see you put a lot of thought into this.
Hey, I tried. Okay.
So we had 595 gold, and how much silver?
The silver was
60, I believe.
yeah.
2060.
I feel like we got to work in one unit, or we're gonna get really confused.
So that's 8,010 gold or silver.
That is
Or
all the
convince
money that's been collected today? Is that what you're saying?
So that's the 500 from the melon bag. That's the 70 gold from the gate watch place, and then the 25 you just gave, plus the 2,060 silver. So converted the gold into silver. That's 5,950 plus 2,060. So that's 8,010 silver.
So 800 gold, 1 silver. Or 800 gold,
No,
10 silver.
801 gold and 0 silver.
Okay, sure, yeah.
801
But if we divide it as silver first, into 5,
Okay,
that's
so
1,602 silver a person, which would be 160 gold and 2 silver.
So just in gold only, if we're just gonna skip the silver part, it's 162 silver. 162 gold per person.
Where'd you get the extra 2 from?
You said that there was
8,010 silver.
yeah.
Divide that by
So
5.
So-
That's
isn't it
1,602.
divided by 10?
Oh,
10,
it's divided
10
by 10.
silver is 1 gold.
Oh,
Yeah,
I wasn't
so-
dividing it. No, I wasn't dividing it by 10 to get it into gold. I was dividing it by 5 per person. So each person gets 1,602
Yes.
silver. Then you take that and divide that by 10.
Technically, Clark is right. It's 160 gold, 2 silver for everybody.
There
If
are
you
so
divide
many
it up.
numbers going around.
This is a very number-heavy calculation, yes.
Okay, so we'll divide that out.
So
and
160 gold and 2 silver.
Yes. Okay.
Now, there were also 2 potions of healing from the elders and 1 additional stronger potion of healing from basement that Aloran found. There are 2 unknown potions, both of them red in color, but a very different shade of red. Don't know what their function is yet. You also have the Shiki Cloak of Elven Kind, and the Magical Chime, and the Magical Crystal Ball.
What kind of potion of healing was that?
Examining it, you would get the sense this is a greater healing potion.
So we have 2 regular and a greater.
Mm-hmm.
I did say I gave 1 of the regulars to Burberry, and I kept 1 for myself, so who wants the greater?
I'm pretty hard to take down, so I don't need a potion.
Considering
So-
I've already gone down,
I said,
wouldn't
yeah,
mind
give it to
having
me.
one.
Yeah,
Barnaby.
give it to you.
Barnaby's gone down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's taking some hits.
Okay, Barnaby gets
I need to
greater.
get something better than this leather.
We should probably identify the crystal ball.
Oh, give me.
And I'll start casting Identify as a ritual.
Okay.
We also have 9 small gemstones.
Those are 10 gold pieces each, yeah.
I don't
that would
recommend
be-
selling those on this island.
Huh?
Again, I don't recommend selling those on this island.
Oh no, I was just saying we could each take one and everyone will get 2 except for one person. So I guess whoever gets there's 9.
Oh. They're worth 10 gold. Okay, that's why I got it mixed up.
I feel like when Burberry starts casting Identify as ritual, what he does is they pull out their book of their like notebook that they keep all their gods in, and they just start writing, like to the point that they stop actually knowing what they're writing.
It's just.
But it's about the thing that they're identifying.
It's just automatic writing.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'd say after about 11 minutes pass Burberry, you come away with the knowledge that what you are holding in your hands is a drift globe.
Oh. What is a drift globe?
It's a what?
The drift globe. It's a little floating light.
Like,
you mean like a nightlight that you could read it?
It like stays by you or something?
No. It's like think about those the glow sticks that you crack and then they glow. It's kind of like that when it floats around you. If I'm not incorrect.
I assume Plug's getting the text.
I think this is most useful for Noel.
Probably.
The cloak of Lauren probably doesn't have a need really for since she has like cold resistance.
Oh, right. We need to identify the cloak too.
I'll just do it for all the things.
Okay.
Basically, just leave Burberry alone for like an hour.
So
It's a magic glow stick that follows you.
Well, I mean, it also casts daylight, which does damage.
Oh, that's true.
Pure authenticity.
The Shiki cloak is a cloak of elven kind.
Nice.
And the chime is a chime of opening.
That's pretty cool. Okay, proposal. When we were trying to get into, all names are gone. The guy, the devil guy, who Willem wanted to kill. What was his name?
Devil guy?
The guy that Willem wanted to kill.
Theron.
Theron. Okay.
Yes, Theron.
When we were trying to get into Theron's, I feel like now I'm doing it. I feel like a Lauren would be a good person to have the chime of opening, since you're probably going to be doing a lot of like reconnaissance as like a spider or a cat or something. So having something you can use to open a door would be a good thing for you to have access to.
That's fair.
Proposal for who gets what. As far as
technically, she should be able to get through just about anything by shifting into something.
But getting the rest of the party in with her is the next step.
Yeah.
Because then I can unmorph and let you guys in with it.
So I think Lauren should get the chime.
I think
Go ahead.
the cloak I almost feel like Barnaby should have, because he's probably like the stealthiest guy out of us all.
Well, we got two choices for the cloak. We can either give it to someone who's terrible at stealth, so they're not as terrible, or we can give it to someone who is really good at stealth, so that they're really, really good.
Got a +4 to my stealth for what that's worth.
I have a
I know my stealth is shit, but I got passed without a trace. So
I don't think we're giving it to John no matter what. So
I don't think your party actually is like a very stealthy party. Now that I'm thinking about it, nobody's got
No.
expertise or any proficiency in stealth, do they?
I do.
I have a +2.
No.
Noelle's a
I
+7.
have a +2.
Oh, Noelle's got stealth. Interesting.
Oh shit. Okay. Noel, have the cloak.
I feel like you should go to Noelle because not only is she
Yeah.
partially, she's also stealthy. So
Great.
Okay, I'll take
Yeah,
it.
Noel, you get the cloak.
Sweet. This is
So
attunement,
got
I
the
assume.
Magical.
Yes.
Okay.
and then who all does not have dark vision?
Noelle.
Noel again.
I don't want to take everything, but yeah, I guess if it makes sense.
You're the only one that doesn't have dark vision.
I can't see. I mean, I could try out the Drift Club too when we go to the mine. By the way, we do need to do that today. I told the guy we would.
Let's go.
Do we know how many charges is in the Chime of Opening?
10.
10.
Oh.
Okay, so it is like a full
Yeah.
10.
Okay, you were asking if it was
Okay.
previously. Okay.
It's been used 7 times. Ha ha.
That would be such bullshit.
Cool.
May
So,
I make an odd recommendation? Or, well, that's not so much a recommendation, I suppose. It's a proposal.
Sure.
Would it be possible for me to have the Cloak of Elven Kind when in towns and letting Noelle have it? Because in town, she could literally turn into someone else to hide.
That's true. If you want it, I'll gladly give it to you. I don't want to take everything.
Well, I do agree that having either you or I wear it would be good for hiding purposes, just, for keeping other people up.
I'll give it to Burberry. That's fine. You can just have it, and if I need to borrow it, we can arrange that. But you can have it as the primary owner.
The primary wielder of the cloak.
If you're wielding a cloak, you're doing it wrong.
Does it require attunement?
It does.
Yes.
Ah.
If you get it wet and tie it up real good, you can make a good rat tail.
Ew.
Burberry
For whipping.
gives Noelle a deep nod of thanks.
Of course, it makes more sense. Also, I'm going to take a sip of the 2 potions. We don't know what they are.
Would you like me to identify them? I'm on a roll here.
Too late.
And Noelle vanishes.
A potion of dying.
Yes. Noelle, the first potion you taste
Poison.
has a very robust cherry flavor, and you feel this immediate sensation of swelling in your stomach.
Uh-oh.
It's a potion
You get the
of
sense that
gas.
this is a potion of enlargement.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So we have 2 potions of enlargement?
I want to give this one to John.
Well,
Yeah, give it to Johnny Boy.
the second
Make him
potion,
a large creature.
the second
So-
potion has a very subtle sort of raspberry seltzer flavor, and you feel a cramping sensation, a contracting. This one is a potion of diminution. Diminution.
Not just like a potion
It
of
makes you
shrinking.
small.
Smallening.
What you're saying is we gotta have a tiny bear.
One is big, one is small.
I
Those are
don't
your
know who that
potions.
would be useful for, to be honest.
Tiny bear.
Tinier.
I mean, you
Tiny
could also
Lauren.
give it to John to make it so that he doesn't have to try and squeeze through small.
Yeah.
Might help.
Yeah, we'll just give both those to John. He'll figure out what to do with them.
Yeah, John, here you go. Have fun.
You can have a big potion and a small potion.
I feel like John's just going to be the drug mule for the party. It's here's all the crazy potions. Go nuts, John. Potion of bigism,
Alright.
potion of giant strength, potion of shocking grab, potion of flying, potion of haste, potion of heroism.
Oh
So,
man, I
fucking
don't
chug,
want.
John.
What would happen if John made a potion suicide?
Oh
He would
my.
probably die.
He'd be a monster for an hour, and then he'd probably have the worst hangover.
So for the gemstones, how do you guys feel about we all roll like a d20 and whoever has like the lowest roll
Gets
does
one.
not get
Why
the
don't we
other
just-
gemstone?
Why don't I'll take the single one.
Or that.
Done.
Oh,
That's certainly faster.
okay. Okay, that works.
Gemstones worth 10 gold, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
I give it to the bellhop.
Aw. He is very grateful. I'm quitting today. Throws down his hat and runs out the door.
It's only worth 10 gold! Oh, and he's gone.
That is.
Or no,
That's
I
a
give
lot
it
of
to
money.
I give it to the person who makes my tent fort.
So, having divvied up your loot, you guys wanted to go check out the mine today?
I think we can still make it.
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to take our break here? It is
Probably a good
currently
idea.
9 Mountain Time, 10 your
Yes.
time. Cool. All right, so break, be back, and let's make it 5-ish, just so we can keep moving along. We got a lot to cover still, and yeah, we'll pick up in a bit.
Alright, go on a break. back live. We've been debating islands, but I think we're ready.
Yeah, the break was a little bit longer, but we were talking.
We figured out our travel plans.
So, resuming in the world, you guys are in your cabana. I guess you're kind of sorting over your loot, kind of discussing possible next destinations. You did talk with Dornan earlier about doing a final pass on the mine today.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to go do that today, we can do that.
Let's go.
Collect your things and hit the road, leaving the resort and heading along the familiar wide dirt path along the coast northward towards the mining camp of Deep Echo Mine. And it's a decent walk. You guys have been walking a lot already, I will say. This is going to be like a 13 hours total of travel you've done in the past 24 hours.
I assume we're used to it.
This is definitely pushing it, I think, for you guys. It's not pleasant by the end of the trip, but you will get to the mining camp by mid-afternoon. And you will be greeted by Torleen, who is happy, relieved to see you, and says, "Oh, good, you made it. Good. I'm happy to inform y'all the mine is stopped smoking as of a couple days ago.
That's
so,
what we wanted to
we're
hear.
Thinking it's probably safe enough to attempt a delve. We got you some birds, and she'll lead you over to a couple tiny little canary cages with little yellow birds in them. She says, y'all carry these with you. If they start freaking out and pass out, y'all should leave before you do the same.
Oh, while I'm talking to her, and be like, hey, so I found a friend, well, boyfriend, I don't know. He has a list of herbs and stuff that'll be good for poison bites and stuff.
Oh, shit.
Just in case.
Yeah, hopefully we never see those spider things again. But that is
Hopefully
that
never
is
again.
good to know. She'll take that paper and look at it. Yeah, can we get a copy of this?
Yeah. And then I'll look to Noelle or Burberry and be like, can one of y'all make a copy? Because you guys have definitely nicer handwriting
I
than
can
do.
do that real quick.
Sure. And yeah, Torleen is very grateful to receive this, and she'll be like, yeah, we will definitely start perusing around camp looking for these. This is good to have. Thank you. Is there anything else you guys want for your hopefully your last delve down there?
I don't think we should need anything else. The fire should have cleared them out.
Fingers crossed, right?
Here's hoping.
Well, good luck, y'all. Hopefully, hope to see you in short order here.
Who wants to take the birds?
You guys will. Yeah, who's got the
I'll
birds?
do it.
I say Lauren will probably take one since she's, a druid.
Oh, is someone gonna make an actual map of the tunnels while we're doing it this time?
I think Noelle's
So-
been doing that.
I
as she
kind of have a
goes, but-
rough bunch of pieces of paper. I'll add to them if I need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys can head into the mine, back onto the lift, and begin your descent.
I'm gonna activate the drift globe, I guess. Give that a shot now.
Yeah, sure.
I will not put it on daylight mode.
Burberry would have been able to inform you of the command word that he discovered for the drift globe, so you were able to utter the phrase, and immediately the little globe pops out of your hand and lights up.
It's kind of cute.
Argel Thraster.
Argel Thraster. It's canon, folks.
Argel Thraster.
And as you begin your descent, the globe continues to float exactly where you released it, high overhead.
Oh, is it just like,
And
as we're in the elevator, just like hits the ceiling?
Well, so you sit in the elevator descending, right? And you activate the globe, and it like, and your elevator keeps going, and the thing just hangs there until it's 60 feet away, and then it begins to slowly follow you down.
Oh, I see. Hopefully it's smart enough to not bump into walls.
As the lift touches down, and you guys stop moving. You see the drift globe overhead similarly stops moving, kind of waiting for you to begin moving. You step forward into the tunnel. Drift globe continues, sort of drifting after you, kind of thunk, 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 thunk along the mine shaft wall, trying to find the passage.
It was like a
going down.
Roomba.
You're just gonna be constantly passing.
It's like a flying, glowing Roomba.
All right, I'm gonna run back and grab it. This is sad.
It's currently still floating like 30 feet overhead. You gotta keep going. You gotta pull it behind you before it's finally like back at ground level.
Well, it wouldn't
It's,
move. Yeah,
You can
I
just
see.
you can just use the hand grabby thing. Give the,
Yeah,
so
I
it follows you as long if it's within 60 feet of you, it stops moving. That's what it does.
Right.
Well, yeah, but he
Yeah.
has the cantrip with the mage hand thing. Got
Does
it.
it have a-
That's true. I could just use Mage Hand to grab
Oh, yeah, that's right. You do have mage hand. Okay.
it. So,
But yeah. So the way it works is it's a stationary floating object until you get more than 60 feet away from it, and then it starts following you.
right.
And at that point, it's just kind of tailing you at 60 feet.
Okay.
And yeah. So yeah, following with the drift globe, and you can carry it if you want to. You don't have to have it floating.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Put it on a fucking leash.
That's pretty cute.
You got your little glowing.
I'll tie a little rope to it. Just keep it.
Sure. It's like a little glowing balloon following you, making your way into the cave network. So, for starters, your birds, no real reaction. They're just kind of sitting there, occasionally chirping, as tiny birds do. You don't feel any uncomfortable sensation in your breathing. Like, everything feels pretty normal. No new bodies down here. Just the old, decaying spider corpses of the creatures you've slain as you progress into these tunnels. And over the course of the next couple of hours, you guys will comb over this cavern network, and it is extensive. In total, you count about 20 chambers, distinct chambers. Most of them with at least 3 passages branching off them into some other portion of the cave. A lot of these are familiar to you. You've tread them several times already. A handful are new. And among these new chambers, as we'll say you reach the bottom level, you find the egg chamber that you guys set fire to. You find it covered in just a mess of charred, sticky debris, completely empty of any real trace of what used to be in here. Even the corpses of the chitons and cultures that were down here have been burned to these just like shriveled husks. Off of this chamber, you are able to follow one of these passages into a large decorated chamber. There are like very distinct like curtains of webbing hanging in this place, and there is a large sort of like plinth at one end of it that is covered in such a mass of webbing that is almost like a big cushion, right? And there are threads of webbing kind of running off of this cushion into the surrounding tunnels, and kind of like linking up with webbing in other chambers. This strikes you as sort of the Queen's central chamber. Poking around in here, you will find that there is actually an unfamiliar corpse kind of stashed in a corner, unwebbed, and definitely unspidery. Small, three to 4 foot tall humanoid creature. Or what was once a humanoid creature. This thing is charred and blackened beyond, identification. Remarkably, however, the clothing is still intact. It's wearing this dark hood and cloak, a dark tunic, these heavy leather boots, and on its side it is carrying a small satchel and a weapon.
I'll check the bag.
Inside the bag, you find a surprising amount of coinage. Several hundred silver pieces, with a smattering of gold and gems. Hello. There's also a note and a very familiar carved handheld stone with a skeletal face sort of etched into its surface.
Oh shit, the plot thickens.
Oh shit.
Second sending stone!
What does the note say?
The Lord's excited.
The note is very brief. It reads something in Sylvan.
Barnaby, come over into the driftwood light.
Barney pulls out a little pair of glasses. Reading glasses.
Cannon.
Let me look at this.
It says, an offering for the queen. Be polite. Do your best. We could use their support.
I relay that.
So this gold was for
Sounds like-
Spider?
I mean, it sounds like to me something's still down here and they're asking for help. To what's, if I had to guess, the old gatekeeper.
Right.
By the way, you said there's a bunch of webbing in here, right?
Yeah.
Am I able to take like a stick or something, or like a javelin, and just like start gathering a giant spool of it?
Okay, sure.
DIY cotton candy.
Ugh.
I was gonna take it. I was actually gonna take it to a tailor and see if there was any way they could make it into like some kind of silk or something.
Okay. So yeah, you collect yourself a spool of sticky ass spider's thread. Spider-Man thread, I guess. And yeah, like I said, there is, several hundred silver pieces in this satchel, along with a handful of gold and gems.
Okay. And you said their clothes
A
are
little
unburnt?
Skeletally. Yeah, there's like an ashy residue on them, but the clothing did not itself. It seemed.
Does that indicate to us anything? Like, would we know they might be magical, or is it just? Does it seem weird that they're not burnt and everything else is?
I guess you could give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
So we're assuming that this is anti-sister anticotum.
Maybe. I rolled Garbo. That's 8.
8. I will say, the hood, boots, dark tunic, like all dark clothed, dark color clothing, very reminiscent of the Darklings that you've encountered.
Could you repeat the message that was on the thing?
It said,
Reading glasses back on.
an offering for their queen. Do your best. We could use their support.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And was there be polite, do your best?
That's what I wrote. And
Yeah,
the
I
note
got
has
it.
changed.
I wasn't reading it that time. It was just from memory. Sorry.
Let's go.
So does the sending stone have an open mouth skull on it?
It does.
Lauren's gonna be like, can I pretty please have that?
I'll toss it to you.
All right, Lauren, you have a pair of sending stones.
And where did we get
This
the
creature's
first one?
also off of Comac,
Oh, okay.
the gatekeeper, imposter. The
Does that
creature
mean
is
she can send one to her boyfriend and they can talk all night?
I will also mention that this creature is also carrying a weapon on its hip.
Oh, right.
There is a sheathed sword.
Would you like me to ask who this is?
What do you mean?
What do you know what you mean?
Well, this is gonna be odd. So, after talking with those teenagers, I started looking a little more into.
And he's Burberry kind of launches into like a needless explanation of how they figured out how to speak with the dead.
That is definitely a spell cleric can cast at 5th level. Yep. Okay, that's a thing. This is good to remember.
Hi, Vlad.
No, you're fine. Damn you and your
Wait,
prepared,
I'm confused.
your prepared
What is it?
spells.
I mean, if it helps, I didn't actually prepare it, but I have that other thing that lets me such a pain.
Yeah, I know. You have your channel divinity that's just like, I don't have it now, but I can. Let me just burn a couple spell slots. All right, ready.
Well, as I'm metagaming slightly, I know that you do need a intact head for that to work. Does this have an intact head?
It is burned and charred, but it is still, a recognizable corpse in one piece.
If we could think of something to ask it or talk about with it.
Before we wake the dad, I'm going to take a look at that sword.
Oh, good call.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, John, you take the sword, unsheath it, and there is a glimmer of light shining off the blade.
Ooh, magic sword. Thanks.
Like me to
Put it in his
identify
bag.
it?
Oink.
Yeah, he unyanks it and takes it
Is
out.
it a short sword?
Yeah, identified.
It is a it is a long sword.
Okay. I don't know if anyone of us can use a longsword.
I
Burberry,
can.
Burberry makes grabby hands at it for identifying purposes.
Sure.
John hands it over to the grabby hands.
Okay. So Burberry gives it 10 minutes. And as you identify this, you are struck by how very foreign this item feels in your examination. This is not like the other items in your possession. There's something otherworldly at play here, a strange and ancient magic. And what you find is that this weapon, Fey made, is bound to the phases of the moon. This is a weapon of the dark moon.
Ooh.
I feel like Burberry may or may not talk your ear off, John.
So, the way this weapon works is that depending on the current phase of the dark moon Belethil, the weapon is capable of changing shape with 10 minutes of meditation once a day. And that shape can be any simple or martial weapon that you're proficient with that deals damage equal to or less than the dice permitted by the current moon phase.
That's pretty cool.
So basically, the only time I need to take it out is on a full moon.
So a full moon would give it 1d12 or 2d6.
Yeah, which is the only time it's more than my current glaive.
Well, and that
It is a
it
plus
also
one weapon,
means
for the record.
it also means it doesn't necessarily have to be a long sword. You can turn it into a short sword. You can turn it into a rapier. You can turn like it's just yummy.
That's really cool.
That is pretty cool.
Well, shit, we'll have to figure out what to do with that later.
Hands it back to John.
Yeah, I mean, since it can change into any shape, then I guess anybody that's proficient with
I'm
that
gonna
type of weapon
assume
can use it.
Barnaby is not going to use it because he likes his gun. Unless it can turn to a gun.
Simpler martial.
Oh, okay. So it would be me,
I
Aloran,
don't need another Bertha.
John, or Burberry.
As I said, unless it's the full moon, my glaive does more damage. So
Okay. So that,
Technically, this does more damage with the +1.
how?
It's a +1.
so you get
Just
plus
adding a
one
plus
to the,
one to your damage.
Yeah, you get a +1 to attack and damage rolls.
although
Yay! My +7 goes to a +8.
Yeah. And it's
That's
magical,
making
so
a
you
lot.
bypass resistances, wise guy.
Oh, I didn't know it did that.
It's magic.
It's magic.
well, we can figure out who gets the sword later.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have, for narrative purposes, scouted the whole thing at this point, or are we still going?
This would be at some point during your scouting, but yeah, you guys would cover pretty much the entirety of this 20-chamber cave system, and yeah, it is bereft of life.
Oh yeah, did we figure out where that topmost tunnel that went up that we literally never went in goes?
Do you want to?
I mean, I'd like to. I have a theory that it just goes like a ways and then leads out into the forest, but we could start exploring it and see if we're just wandering into a giant tunnel.
I mean, within 10 minutes, it starts to feel like, yeah, this is going to be a long tunnel.
How long do we want to keep walking? I'd say we give it 15 minutes of walking, and if it's just like still going, I think we should probably tell them just blast this closed. Because I think this is just a way out. Or a way in, I guess.
I will say around the 15-minute mark, as you guys are sort of clambering through this sort of narrow sort of crevasse where it seems like, you know, a very large portion of rock is like kind of collapsed and like settled and kind of blocked a path through a natural, you know, cavern tunnel. Definitely starting to feel like this is going to take a while to climb out of.
Yeah, I think we know what this is. All right. Back down we go.
Back up the elevator.
Back up the elevator. Did our birds live?
Yeah, birds lived, you lived. No gas issues whatsoever. You guys were perfectly safe. Unmolested over the course of your final pass.
I do love being unmolested.
It is my favorite kind of molested.
Should we close the exit that leads up into the forest?
I don't know how we do that.
Board it up.
So-
You just nail a couple of boards across it on the rock.
I think that is
keep
something
out.
for the skilled miners to probably manage, not us.
What? Have we located it on the map at least so they know where to go? So
Yeah, I'll say that. I mean, I assume we're just kind of hanging out here because we're not going to walk all the way back tonight, are we? Because we would be pretty fucking exhausted at that point.
Be another 4 or 5 hours of walking, coming up on 20 hours on
Yeah.
the road today.
And
I will
just
say,
after
by this
the
point, you guys
night,
are probably really fucking tired. You've been awake for almost 24 hours. It's
Forget
been
about speaking with the dead. I feel like I'm about to become one of the dead.
I imagine you all sleep like the dead then.
I mean, that's generally what happens when your feet are killing you.
I think we'll just tent up here and and we will report back as soon as we can to Doten. Yes.
Okay, are we giving the miners the map to?
Yes.
Find
So
the
I was gonna
exit so they
say,
can figure it?
as we're just chilling out in the evening, I will use that time to make a more robust copy of my map.
Did we want to ask the dead person questions?
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Back down the
probably.
mine you go.
Can we like drag the
I'm
corpse
assuming
back
we'll
out?
miss
with
on the
us?
way out.
Yeah, you can carry it with you.
So we just come out of the mines with John dragging a corpse over his shoulders.
Now we just come
by,
back.
by the
and
time you
corpse
guys
is
come out of the
gone.
mine, it's probably like nearing sunset, and there's long shadows being cast by the surrounding forest, like kind of blanketing the camp, and that dim, dusky light. No direct sun is really reaching the ground here. Very faintly overhead, you're beginning to see stars.
I would like to ask the questions before I go to bed if possible.
I think we should, but I don't know what to ask.
Why don't we start with what's your name?
I don't know if that's useful information, unless it's literally anti-cotem. But
We
I
won't
don't
know
think
unless
it
we ask.
is. I guess that's true.
You gonna use that third level slot for anything else?
I imagine not.
I suppose we could also ask for who we are in the note.
People at DFS, we could use your support.
And also, what was the offering? Was it the sword, you think?
I think it was the silver. Because there was a lot of silver in that bag. Which I did not write down how much silver was in that bag.
If you guys want to take the time to count it.
I guess, yeah,
once you're back
we're in
at
the evening now.
camp. Yeah. You are looking at 890 silver pieces.
Shit.
Maybe
80
we should
gold
ask
pieces.
who.
How much was it?
890 silver, 80 gold, and 5 gemstones worth 10 gold pieces each.
It was worth 5 gold pieces each.
10. 5
Okay.
gems worth 10.
We could also ask who the message is to. Which queen?
Okay, so contextually here, I think we know that an offering for the queen, so that would be the Spider Queen. We could use your support. Who is that addressed to?
Their
We could use
support.
their support.
Oh, their support. I wrote it wrong. That's why I'm confused.
Maybe what manner of support?
Just guessing, it seems like perhaps to keep their stranglehold on the gatekeeper situation. That'd be my first guess. But maybe that would be worth clarifying. I think a who sent you to do this would be enlightening. Because this seems like instructions.
Alright. Who are you? Who sent you? We have one more.
You have 5 questions. total.
5?
Yep.
5? Okay.
We could just wing it.
What questions do we got right now?
Some creepy shit.
What killed you might also be good to know.
I think fire.
I was going to say what or who killed you.
Well, I was mostly saying because the clothes aren't burned. That's highly specific fire.
Everybody add 33 gold and 8 silver to your inventories, by the way. I just divided up and 1 gem.
talk to a corpse today?
Yes.
I think that's the plan.
Alright. So Burberry, invoking this newfound knowledge, you incant the macabre prayer to Kor, and you invest your divine gift into this fetid, charred corpse. The jaw twitches, unhinges, falls slack, and with a dry, popping sound, the head slowly turns to face you.
Oh, to whom am I speaking?
I am Sumlen. Who are you?
I am Burberry. It is nice to meet you. Ish. Who sent you to deliver this message?
I serve the gatekeeper.
What confirms that?
All it.
And I assume that by the gatekeeper you mean Sister Kovac. Okay. What was the other question that we had to ask? Look, I'm
How
was your day?
I'm glad to know that the corpse is so considerate to ask me how my
How about like, can I talk to it, or is it just Burberry?
Let's see. Into questions you pose, the corpse will still have a mouth. I believe technically Burberry's the only one who
Okay.
it will respond.
I would propose, for what did the gatekeeper request the Spider Queen's aid?
I will relay this question in its exact wording.
She wanted her strength, her numbers. They were
Probably.
many.
Probably should ask if the Spider Queen's alive.
I think it's a safe
I
bet.
don't know if this one would. I don't know if he would know.
I'm a little confused on the timeline. So he went in to go negotiate this, and then the fire happened? How long would he have been there then? Like, was he just chilling? With the Spider Queen? We could ask if the Spider Queen was amicable.
Okay, so we've asked
Three questions.
three questions,
You
so
get
we
two
have
more.
two left. So, it was. I feel like we should pick one between is the Spider Queen alive or was she amicable? I could also ask how long ago did you die, because we're not even sure if this is the current or the past gatekeeper.
I get the sense that we didn't find a giant spider corpse, right?
You did not.
I think the Spider Queen is alive.
Speaking of which, did we find any spider corpses in there?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
we
no,
found a
there were
bunch.
tons from the ones that you fucking killed and left in there.
No, I mean, other than the ones that we personally killed.
Give me an investigation check, I guess. Someone.
Give me a sec.
I will do that as well.
I'll take a look
A
around.
natural 20.
Okay.
Well, that don't matter now.
I will
Yep,
say,
so
yeah, there were a couple of dead spiders, spider people that you found in chambers you had not visited yet. No visible wounds on their bodies, but they were curled and stiff, much like you will find dead spiders as they do. Legs pulled tight against their bodies.
Did it seem like a decent amount, or does it seem like most of them fled?
It was a handful. It wasn't like a massive number of them. You get the sense after your pass over this place that whatever was left of the colony evacuated.
We
Well,
killed a bunch
okay.
of them.
You
So
did. You killed a lot,
I'm going
and
to
they
say
bailed. Whoever was left fucking bailed. I think you would probably gather the stragglers you found and fought in the egg chamber were sort of the last remnant attempting to salvage what they could of the young brood.
I'm going to infer that this guy never actually met the Spider Queen, considering he still has the gift.
That's what's weird, is he was in the throne room.
You have 2 more questions. You can ask anything. If he knows, he'll answer.
You
Can I just ask what murdered
yeah,
him?
go for it.
What? How did you die?
The queen was hungry.
Oh shite!
The negotiations did
That
not go
says
well.
that.
But wait, you're still here. No. Wait, no, it's like Burberry goes, but wait, you're still here, and then it just the camera like pans downwards so that it looks up at Burberry, and you just see eyes all over the seal.
Yeah.
Last one.
I kind of answered my last question. Is there anything we don't know now? We kind of have all the context for what happened to this dude.
Maybe where Miss Spider Lady is.
Well, he died
Never
before she
know.
would have fled.
Yeah, I don't believe. that
We could
he
ask,
would know.
if we just get a sense of timeline, we could say, what day did you die?
On what date did you die?
It was some weeks back. And you watch as this unseen but certainly felt spectral force leaves through the mouth of this corpse. And it falls back against the ground.
Make her envelop your spirit with kindness.
Burberry, you are awesome, but that was the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Yes, that was terrifying.
I am going to have nightmares. Good night, everyone.
So, anything before bed, guys?
Once I'm in my tent,
You just now noticed.
Hmm?
You just now noticed John passed out halfway through that.
Unfazed.
He was
Or
completely
scared to
like
death.
white knuckled and just passed out standing.
Oh, very phased. I thought this was John being nonchalant and be like, I'm tired. No, John fucking fainted.
it seems he locked his knees.
Terrified.
That's amazing. There's like a crowd of miners around you, like kind of like holding your feet up, fanning you, waiting for you to come to.
I forgot.
Oh,
I
shit,
had
is
it.
he okay? What the fuck is that? Is he talking? Oh my god!
If they try to move John, he's just as stiff as a board. He just falls straight over.
Oh, they're not moving you. They're doing their best triage. They're keeping your feet elevated and waiting.
I
for
will
you to come
take John's
to.
pillow out of his bag and put it under his head.
Burberry leans over to Alorn and goes,
did I just fuck up royally?
No, everything's fine. Nothing a good smoke can't take away.
As Lauren
Speaking of
pulls out
which.
her collection of blunts from the resort.
Would you like to? Anybody want to partake with me? And I'll offer it to anybody around.
I am quite okay.
Several miners will take you up on that.
I feel like
It's like, now, Jeb, no babysitting this time. I won't, I swear, man. Shit.
Burberry feels
Off and
bad and then
pass.
goes ahead and casts Calm Emotion and then starts packing up his tent.
Who's he going to cast this on, John?
Just the group.
Uh,
Emotions,
people are definitely more mellowed out by the time the blunt gets lit and starts making the rounds.
How many blunts do you think Lauren has collectively collected?
Fucking dozens, I'm sure.
Okay. I'm gonna put 20 something, 29,
Sure.
30.
I feel like she just has a bag of blunts.
Oh, she's gonna get more because she's gonna convince y'all to stay
I
at
like
this
the
resort.
idea that she's got a little silver cigar case, but as soon as you unlatch it, it's just a fucking pile inside that you can't close it again.
How did you
'Cause
get
you
that
had to
closed in the
fucking
first place?
Jam them in the first place.
It's the cigarello case of holding blunts.
No, the box of holding. But it only works
Cigar
on
box of
blunts.
holding.
Cigar box of holding.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. All right. Cool. So Lauren's gonna get high with the miners.
Nope.
Burberry's making his tent. John is out cold. Noelle.
Noelle is going to make her tent and then just cast Sending on Dornan and just tell him the mine has been cleared. You may begin preparations to continue your work as of tomorrow.
Would recommend collapsing that upper tunnel.
Oh, we can tell him that in the morning.
Sure.
I only get 25 words.
Dornan's reply is almost immediate. It's like, oh, fantastic. I very much look forward to meeting you tomorrow. I am glad that this was a successful venture. See you in the morning.
I'm gonna real quick before I go to bed. I'm gonna hand one of the sending stones to Noelle, and I want to make sure it works.
Oh, okay. I will walk 100 feet away.
Okay.
Oh, you have to walk 100 feet away.
I
just so that she can't hear
so
you.
yeah, so it's like when you're on the phone.
Okay. What should I say? Got a big butt and I cannot lie.
I heard you say I got a big butt and I cannot lie.
Yeah, as you do this, Noelle holding the little stone up to your ear, you see the eyes light up and the little teeth start chattering. And it repeats what she says verbatim. Then the eyes go dark.
You've made this skeleton lie. It does work though.
Doesn't even have use.
Perfect.
You don't even have a butt. I will toss the
She's
stone back to
She's
Lauren.
gonna use this stone as
Damn, that hurt.
No,
Yeah,
the
Lauren,
skeleton.
Lauren,
Oh.
the little stone in your hand starts chattering. The eyes light up. You don't even have a butt. And the eyes go dark.
And Lauren's gonna be like, oh!
It was the skeleton. I didn't say it. It was the skeleton. I like
You
that
can
they're
hear
setting
Lauren's
stones.
indignation 100 feet away.
They stick to their creepy vibe and their sending stones are like a Halloween decoration, basically.
They're hags. What do you want from me?
I know, it's very committed.
They have a theme.
It's like,
They
well,
have
we
to
could
stay
get the
on
glowing
theme.
blue rock, or we get the skeleton one with the novelty talking mouth. I mean, we're hags. We gotta get the skeleton one.
Obviously, we should get like 5. Oh, God.
All right, I go to bed after I talk to Dornan,
Okay.
and I'll hand the remnants of, or I guess the finished map to the miners the next morning.
Okay. Barnaby, anything from you?
He's just going to be staring at the fairy in the bottle and muttering to his hands through most of the night.
Okay. The little
Been a
fairy
bit quiet lately.
occasionally jingles and pulses in response to your mutterings, but nothing intelligible. So, as the party, one by one, eventually makes their way to bed, some of you thinking deeply on some strange occurrences that have happened recently, thinking back on your past. Burberry, you find yourself in a familiar space. As sleep takes you, you are surrounded by this sensation of warmth, of comfort, and sort of rousing. You find yourself lying in this makeshift bed, this pile of shimmering silks and cushions. Sitting up and looking around, you're in a space that's not too dissimilar to the tent that you so frequently put up around yourself, but it's substantially larger and much nicer.
Not glamping.
Yeah. The walls have this sort of silvery, shimmering hue to the cloth that surrounds you. As I said, there are these sort of pastel silver sheets of that same sort of silky material strewn about the enclosure, cushions of varying sizes, very, very comfortable. And all around you, floating in the air, are these small motes of ethereal light, just drifting slowly in this hazy, misty air. There's there's like a tingling sensation to this place, like a charge almost, sort of thing that would, if you had hair, set it on end. As a storm was beginning to roll in, this power closing in. Looking around, you can see the walls of the tent sort of thrashing violently, silently, but clearly buffeted by this silent wind outside. But despite that, you do find yourself strangely comforted in this enclosure. And as you're sort of orienting yourself, a very familiar voice sounds off to your right. Herb, it's been a while, buddy. How you doing? And looking over, sitting there with his bright eyes and wild hair, the hazy, shining, ephemeral form of Bojalik is sitting cross-legged across from you.
It has been quite. Oh,
Yeah. It's been a long time, man. How are you holding up? You doing good? You look like you're doing okay.
I've been better.
Yeah, that shit with the fucking zombie just then was fucking crazy. That was nuts. Where did you learn how to do that? I don't think I taught you that.
No, so that was well, a couple of days ago. If you've been watching, I met some teenagers who were way into Kerr. I understand that he's not the most.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
But I thought, well, if it's possible for teenagers to contact him, and I'm supposed to be some sort of interested in all the things, I should be able to channel it in some capacity, right?
Clearly, yeah. I mean, you figured that out quick. then
Yeah, I
that's
didn't
impressive.
foresee the soul spitting. That was not in my
I
calculation.
don't think that was a soul. That was just like whatever you put in it. You know, I don't think that you could really just, you know, will like a dead guy back that fast. That'd be pretty crazy, though.
And very creepy.
Oh yeah, super creepy, super creepy. Yeah, no, I didn't see that. We've been kind of busy up here. It's been fun. Actually, Stirk's just outside. If you want to poke your head out, and he'll point behind you, and there's a gap in the curtain to the edge of the tent.
Burberry like does that, like, you know, that nod that you do to people who are like you view as your superior, that like does that thing, and then he sticks his head out.
Yeah. And yeah, almost like right outside, maybe like 10 feet out from the mouth of the tent, floating in this silvery, misty space, there is the faintly gleaming, similarly hazy form of Stirk. His body just kind of slowly like grows and fades in light. And he has wrapped around him a series of these, you know, silvery, silken sheets that seem to be trailing back to the tent itself. And it's almost like he's towing it behind him. And you kind of look up and down and around yourself, and like just all around you, you are surrounded by these enormous, slowly drifting clouds of silvery pastel light. You see these little glowing motes all around you, and Stirk just seems to be slowly drifting along, carrying this tent behind him.
I suppose I should thank you for not making me scared of heights.
There's little reason in putting any sense in terms of up and down out here, Burberry. He will say, very matter-of-factly. It's all near or far. Little else. Have you been well?
Well, ever since that whole incident, it's like I can't get myself together, but I'm trying to work on it.
Yeah. I'd stay inside if I were you. We're dealing with something. Bojalik can better inform you. I should keep moving. And he will just continue to press forward, dragging this massive tent behind him.
I shall repeat the nod and return inside. And on a cat note, I love them.
And yeah, turning back to see Bojalik still sitting there, you note there are a couple other presences in this little tent beside you. There is floating next to him, not quite like nestled in a cushion, more just kind of like choosing, you know, a seat, so to speak, as he just kind of hovers there. There is this like 3-foot-long bearded shrimp, similarly gleaming with this bright light, and he will just kind of raise one of his little nubby legs and wave at you. Like, good to see you, Burberry.
Have I met this one before?
Yeah, this is Ibriashta of the Brine.
Ooh!
Sitting next to him, curled up directly on a cushion, like almost like so deep in it, he's like almost like phasing through it. There is a very large feline body, not really like, probably like bobcat sized, in place of a head, there is this ring of floating disembodied eyes, and floating over the head, over this ring of eyes, there is a small, like, flaming crown, just kind of hovering in place. And you recognize Lampriosk of the Lost, who just kind of opens one of his many eyes, kind of meets your gaze. The ring slowly tilts forward as if to nod, and then the eye closes again, and he goes back to sleep. And laying in the middle of the tent on the floor, a pair of very, very faintly glowing socks.
What?
Whom you recognize as Siglik and Tirika.
So many questions.
Bojelig, seeing you kind of like returning to the room, is like, yeah, we've been, trying to keep spirits up here. It's been kind of fun. We got a little posse in here.
Wait, hold on.
Listen, Burb, we kind of need to talk about some stuff. But
Well, I can't has to get over the socks on the floor.
yeah, one of the tips of the socks just very lazily just like folds up and like waves and then just flops back down.
Funny, Burp. And then he made these up, so the fact that they're here is just amazing.
Yeah,
Okay,
you got a
I haven't
gift,
laughed that
buddy.
hard in a while.
You got a gift. Bojelig, he says, so look, yeah, we kind of need to talk about some stuff. There's been some changes up here, topside, right? In conditions, right? So we're adapting. That's what we do. You remember Corin, right? Yeah. So not to dwell on that too long. Yeah. So he had been kind of bored and not really around for a while. I think he got pretty tired of fucking with you pretty quick. Once you started crossing Lythor. Not a whole lot going on there, and he kind of bailed for a while, which was great. And we had kind of started just hanging out at Kalal's place. He's pretty like open door guy, like real solid dude. Like I can see why they kind of got him in charge of things up here. But yeah, we were just kind of hanging out up there, keeping an eye on you, and God, it was maybe like 2-3 weeks ago your time. We caught sight of Corin again. He we saw him sort of drifting back into space nearby. I think that whole thing with that warlock, the drug lord guy, the wannabe cowboy, fucking yeah, him. That was holy shit, sketchiest fucking guy we've seen in a while. But yeah, I think Corin caught sight of that, and I think that kind of caught his interest again. So he started, started looking for you again. I think he may have some kind of like sense of when you're getting up to shit. But Stirk and I were super cool with that. So can't really go directly against him. Kind of a big guy. Not really in our weight class, but we figured we could maybe run a little interference. So we kind of put this place together, and I'll gesture up around at the tent. Figured if we can't, like force him off, we can at least, make ourselves kind of a nuisance, block his vision, a little bit. So we've just been kind of like, sailing around out here between you and him. And so far that's been working pretty well. But we're getting kind of tired. And I don't know that we're going to be able to keep this up for much longer. And I'm real sorry about that. But we're going to need to, like, take a break here in a while to, like, recharge.
The fact that you have done as much as you have for me is more than I already could have asked for.
Well, I mean, you are probably the one prophet of ours who is actually, like, putting in the work to spread the word. So, I mean, it's the least we could do, you know?
Burberry feels a twinge of guilt.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's fine. You know, I know you guys have been busy. Like, you friends are great. Those guys are getting up to some crazy shit, and I'm loving it. Sturk's being kind of a stick in the mud about it, but I think he'll come around. Anyways, look, I digress. You know, you've done good by us. It's only right that we try, you know, to return that favor. It's what, you know, it's what we're supposed to be doing up here, you know, bequeathing blessings and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, we're you know, we're putting in, you know, a little bit of protective action here. But it's really tiring, and yeah, I'm real sorry about that. But we're gonna need to, like, kind of bail in a little bit and recharge. So you're gonna be kind of out in the open for a little while until, you know, we're back on our feet. And I'm sorry about that. I just want you to be ready. You know.
Thank you for the warning.
Yeah.
As you taught, I will adapt.
That's what I love about you, man. You got, like, the most positive attitude. It's great. It's so great. Yeah. So we're still listening, obviously. You know, if you've ever got, you know, need for anything, like, we're always all ears. You know, it may take us a minute to get to it because we gotta, you know, refresh, recharge, you know, rejuvenate. But you know, we're here for you, man. Just, you know, just like you've been there for us. So need anything, give us a shout. We'll get back to you in, you know, 5 to 7 business days. You know how it is. You know, honestly, if you're really hurting, like, Kalal's great for that kind of thing. He's got, like, a whole bunch of, like, servitor, like, solars and planetar, like, dude, like, big fucking beefy guys, you know, flying around working for him. Like, they're busy a lot of the time. Like, they keep really busy. He's got a big court, is what I'm saying, right? And he's got a lot of infrastructure up here. So I think if you really need anything too, he's a good one to ask. He's a really solid guy. Really welcoming too. You know, when you this is maybe a little morbid. When you kick it down there, you should definitely talk to Kur about coming to visit up here, because it's like it's he's got a real nice place. Like, he keeps a real nice house.
I will make note and update myself on his ways.
Yeah, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing. You know, you're being a good guy. It's kind of Kalal's whole thing. Just don't be an asshole. Is basically the big rule. Golden rule, right?
Golden rule, yes.
Yeah. No,
Do unto others all that.
See, we were thinking the same thing. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, hey, I'm glad you're doing okay.
Well, thank you.
Doing pretty
very
more than
much.
okay, I'd say.
The heads up. I am a little surprised. I honestly thought I would see you the one time, and then that was enough blessing for me. But seems I have been blessed. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, I mean, look, we're a small time operation up here, but we're still, you know, we're in the business of God stuff. I mean, you know, we're still new to this kind of thing. This is a learning experience for everyone. So, but look, like I said, you've been doing great. really getting the word out, and that means a lot. That's helped us a lot, and that helps us help you. So it's just a cycle of reciprocal helping. It's great. So yeah, no, hey, listen, I'm gonna leave you be after this, but I want you to have a great night's sleep. We love you, man, and be real careful because Corin's such a fucking asshole. I'm so sorry. Bye.
It is certainly not your fault. And I feel like the thing fades out as I respond.
Oh yeah, no. As soon as he waves, the whole scene in front of you just dissolves into mist and darkness.
What was the name of the god?
So that was
Corn?
Bojalik.
Bojlik.
I definitely spelled that wrong.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's Bojlig.
Oh. I was so fancy, I put
Oh, I
Bozhligg.
I misspelled that as booty lick.
Huh?
I misspelled that as booty lick.
And then Stark, who's the guy's outside, is Sterk.
I was much closer on that one.
And who's hunting you down?
Stark.
Corin.
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 He's an asshole.
How do you spell Corin?
Coron.
Okay. I don't know why, but I keep thinking
Tony
of the
Stark
band
and
Korn.
Yeah.
Like every time you said corn, I just imagined corn.
The big cob of corn
What's your
slowly.
Yeah.
We have booty lick, we have Tony Stark, and we have Corn.
So I feel like
Tony
freaking
Stirk.
Yeah.
Stirk.
Burberry
Tony
wakes
Stark.
up
Tony
goes-
Stirk. Built it in a cave.
I feel like Burberry wakes up and goes, "Did I fabricate two gods?" Like,
And yeah, you guys will wake up in the morning refreshed.
They were made of fabric.
After your long ass day yesterday.
because I spent a yard. Ah! No.
After a long day, mostly walking.
Ah,
Substantially richer than you were the day before.
I don't think Burberry
I
slept.
feel like
Oh, Burberry slept like a baby, trust me.
Well,
were-
no, like,
You were fucking blessed, my friend. That was the best night's sleep you've had in a while.
we probably slept
Uh,
hardcore given the jet lag.
Oh, for sure. I will say, I'm sure in the morning, like realizing, like, oh shit, that happened. The feeling of well restedness maybe fades away and gives rise to just mounting anxiety. But yeah, we'll deal with that later. It's morning. You guys are awake. What are you doing?
Let's go talk to the miner guy.
I have something that I should probably tell you all.
Are you okay?
For now, yes. I might.
If you're summoning more dead, I don't want to know.
No, wait. Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't pick it up.
I said if you're talking to more dead, I don't want to know.
I mean, they're not really alive in the technical definition of the term.
This is true.
Oh, what's going on?
So, well, I may or may not have a god coming after me later. Not anything like chasing me down and trying to murder me or anything like that, but there might be some strange interference coming up in my existence in less than a week.
That's a lot to unpack.
Is it going to turn you into a toad? I heard that's what God said.
I mean, I don't think that he can do anything worse than he already has, but I wouldn't be surprised if he heard me say that and tried to prove me wrong.
Are you already a toad? Oh no!
Oh my god! You've been a toad this whole time and I didn't know?
Burberry's secret's finally out. It's a toad under all those robes. Just a
No,
big fucking
no.
frog.
No, it's not one frog, it's a flock of frogs.
It's a trench coat.
Pile
knew
of
it.
frogs.
Wait, so you said you have a god after you? Is that what you said?
Minor god.
That is not reassuring.
That's supposed to make me feel better.
Yeah.
It's a baby
That does
god.
not make anyone feel better.
That's like saying the difference between a tsunami and a minor tsunami.
Okay, so
That's a good
I
analogy.
don't know if I'm sorry, I'm explaining this poorly. I don't know if he's so much after me as in interested in me, the same way that a child with a magnifying glass is interested in an ant.
None of this is reassuring. That is terrifying.
Yep, I still am.
Is this some? We can stop this? What are you just warning us that a god is going to bring his wrath upon you?
Again, not so much wrath as I'm very bad at I'm sorry. Normally I'm better at this. Let's just if anything hinky goes up in the upcoming times that's very suspicious, it might be because of interference from him. Maybe.
Is there something we could do to help you?
I don't believe so.
He's the minor god of.
What was that?
I said, what is he the minor god of? Like, what's his gist?
He's also known as Corin the Two-Faced.
Fun. Okay. Sounds like my type of dish.
And
Let's
what-
go.
And
No way, he's got like two faces.
oh fuck. Cat doesn't actually know, because Cat doesn't know if Burberry's actually seen a format of Corin.
I think Burberry has communed with Corin. I don't know if you've like physically seen him. Like you have, like you've never been in the dream space like you have
But the other two.
with your patrons. Yeah, not like that, but you've definitely like felt the presence of this being, and you've communicated with them, but they've never made themselves that apparent to you.
I don't know if he actually has two faces in a literal sense, but he is well, I'm only saying this because I don't think he can see me right now. He is a duplicitous asshole.
How do you know all this? I mean, how do you know they're coming after you?
My patrons were kind enough to inform me last night in my dreams.
And there's nothing we can do about it.
I suppose you... if you would like me to leave, I can leave.
No, of course not. I'm just scared for you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you.
That is very nice, Noelle. It's probably more than I deserve, but I'm not sure if there is much that is to be done. Deities can be a fickle bunch.
Is there anyone we could talk to that might know more?
I have been trying to... I have been looking into it, but I haven't had a lot of luck.
Well, we'll keep looking. Maybe we'll find something.
In the meantime, I believe we have some miners to talk to. Is that too subtle of a subject change?
I just imagine all the miners are sitting around eating breakfast and watching this conversation. Just like,
You know, if
what
he
the
had
fuck
two
is going on?
faces, he could eat twice as fast as anybody else.
Ah, but only if he has two stomachs to go with them.
And then he just fills up quicker.
He could still eat twice as fast. He just wouldn't eat as much.
Yeah.
Or I guess he would eat the same amount. We should go.
Gotta love those +1 intelligence scores.
I have a +2, thank you.
Pardon me.
Me am smart.
That's the difference. I am smart versus me am smart.
I like how +1 is me. I'm smart. So
John chimes in with me and me.
me. I'm beefy. So
It is
your walk back to Gladym, another 4 to 5 hour trip, takes a while. You know, it's definitely past noon by the time you return to the township. Lauren, while you're walking, you have a fucking dream.
I was like, what? Am I being
Lauren's a
no,
narcoleptic,
no,
the
no.
final twist of the session.
Oh, Jesus.
No, Lauren, as you guys kind of emerge from the edge of the jungle and begin making your way along the shoreline of the Gladym waterfront, there is something that catches your eye out in the harbor. There is a ship out there
It's Gerald.
that is currently flying the colors of the Green Wardens.
Oh.
You see the telltale banners of seafoam green and blue, currently wafting in the wind, high on the masts.
I'm not gonna go there yet. We're gonna deal with this miner guy first.
Okay.
But I think she will have an interest in going and investigating the Green Warden presence.
Yeah, sure.
It's your
So-
boss. He's like, Lord, I got the ship. Let's go
Yeah.
fight a kraken.
But let's go, guys.
It's like a little dinghy with like one sail. He's like, we're gonna take it out. I know you're strapped for cash, so am I, but I believe in us. We can do it.
This is all I could afford, but let's do
Yeah.
it.
No, so heading back to Dornan's office, heading inside, ding-a-ling-ling on the bell. Dornan is sitting behind his desk. Door to the office at the back of this first floor is open. You can see him sitting there, quill in hand with parchment underneath. Satchel, big fucking satchels of coin, presumably, sitting on the desk next to him. And he sees you and immediately waves you in. Yes, please, come in. He has in front of him the contract that you guys drafted
Hey,
together.
there it is.
And he has drafted a second document. Noel looking over it very quickly. You see this is just simply a confirmation of payment. It's essentially a very large legal receipt saying that your business is done, you have been properly paid, and all is well and good. He says, well, I am glad to see that our business is concluded. I have your payment right here, 2,500 gold pieces, in total 500 pieces per bag, one for each of you.
Thank you
We have
much.
the receipt here for all of you to sign if we are ready to call this a day. Put a pin in it. He
Absolutely.
seems to be in a much better mood.
Yeah, I will go ahead and sign.
Cool. So he will pass quill and parchment around. Each of you can place your signatures, and Dornan will hand over the gold without issue.
I will mention to him about the tunnel that should be closed.
Yeah, we gave your
Or-
miners instructions, but
Yeah.
I will certainly make a note of that as well. Thank you.
Also, I feel it's only fair to share this, but there appears to have been a queen that is not dead, but not in the tunnels.
She is not in the tunnels. That is what is important to me. Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure you're aware there was a leader.
Well, I will probably put in a word with the elders and see if we cannot maybe put out a word with the local hunters to keep an eye out for a very big spider. Maybe set some sort of reward. You know, that could be something we could do to handle that. Unless you are so interested in this hunt.
I think we'll be,
Unfortunately, we're leaving the island pretty soon here.
I think we'll be taking off soon.
As I expected, I appreciate again your help. Thank you very much for clearing out my mind.
If you are satisfied with your work, you could tell other people that the Lost Emeralds did a good job.
I will certainly be remembering the name. I will definitely be passing that along. I want to apologize as well for my earlier conduct. I realize I was very short and not very pleasant to deal with in our past meetings, and I am sorry. I was definitely starting to feel a bit of pressure from the whole situation, but
When life throws you giant spiders, life can get hectic.
For everyone involved.
you're not wrong. Well,
We
concludes our business.
we appreciate that, and thank you very much for the prompt payment.
Yes, I believe actually I should probably be heading out tonight to take a look at the camp and speak with my employees as well. So, if you'll excuse me, I should probably begin preparing for my departure.
Safe travels.
And to you. And you guys can part ways. 2,500 gold pieces richer.
We got money.
We have money.
And magic.
Yes.
And now I'm ready to spend.
I'm going to blow it all on this island.
Guys, let's go get wasted.
Let's buy 2,500 gold pieces worth of curry to take with us on our journeys.
I
No,
like the way you think.
It's like the entire restaurant.
How much does it cost to get my glaive to a +1?
That's a conversation to have with an enchanter.
Of which there are none on this island.
An enchanter or a smith?
What now?
An enchanter or a smith?
An enchanter. +1 is a magical enchantment. Yeah. I would say if you wanted to get something smithed with it, you could get to weapons silvered. That is something a smith can handle. And I believe that there's a couple other modifications you can make to weapons with blacksmithing as well.
That also might be a thing to do on Landor. Or no, we're not going to Landor yet.
Well,
Never
I was
mind.
wondering, I was like, we're about to go to one of the biggest ports, I assume, since it's like the central port in the islands.
We could find out.
Or
I
is
think
it,
we should
is
spend
it not?
our last 4 days at this swanky resort, allowing Lauren to collect all the blunts she could possibly carry in her satchel,
Okay.
and we just relax, and then, but we don't have to play. We don't have to play.
I think we need to
Kinda.
figure out how to get a ship to where we're going.
I do.
next
Yeah, I
first.
think the amount of time we stay at the resort is going to depend on the ship schedules, but we can figure that out today.
There's a good chance we can go and talk to that Green Warden ship and see where they're headed, and I
That's-
might be able to hitch us alive.
That sounds like a
on
good use of time. We could try that.
So, heading back to the port then, you see the wardenship is still out sort of in the harbor. And stopping to get a good look at it. There's actually like a decently sized crowd sort of gathered on the wharf, like watching what's happening here. And there is an old man, like this older elvish like fisherman looking guy who's like off to one side with like a decent cluster of other like older fishermen, and he's like, I fucking told you, I swore to you, it's out there, as big as my boat is. They're dredging it up right now. Look right there. And they're all like, yeah, I think you're right. I'm sorry. And there's some like coin changing hands. You can see very distantly on this ship there is a crane, it looks like, sort of hanging over the side with a dredge line currently hauling something very large up onto the deck. And over the next 10-20 minutes, this ship sort of finishes this dredging operation and then begins to kind of slowly drift their way towards the pier here, where you can see the wardens kind of running back and forth on deck, or are throwing down lines to moor the ship and set themselves in. And as the gangplank is set down and wardens are sort of stepping out, there's sort of an anxious energy in the crowd as they're sort of crowding around, trying to get a look at this massive object that was pulled up out of the harbor. And kind of pushing your way forward, you see one of the wardens, currently sort of holding court at the front of this crowd, is, holding his hands out, placatingly, and saying, "I believe everyone, if you just give us a moment to examine the object, it looks like a shell. It looks like a shell. I don't think it's anything terribly serious. It's exciting, of course. It could well be a new creature out there. It could be a fossil. We don't know. We still have to look at it. Just give us some space, guys. We've got some work to do."
Can I holler up and be like, "I'm a green warden. Can I look at it?" And then I'll show him my
Lauren!
stats. What's up?
Yeah, Lauren, you recognize this figure. It's Alexi.
I
Oh,
knew it.
Alexi, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I was wondering when you would turn up. I knew you were still in Feral. At least I had heard you were still in here. Hadn't heard you'd left. How have you been? How is everyone? Please, folks, clear, please. We're Green Warden stuff. All right, trying to get some work done, guys. There's definitely like wardens kind of moving up and down on the ship, like kind of unloading empty cargo and bringing on new supplies. How have you been? How is everything?
Well, it's been pretty hectic. We cleared out an entire cave of spider creatures. We freed a fey creature for the elders of the island.
Yeah, I'm sure that you were responsible with your clearing of these spiders. Sustainable clearing, right? You preserved as much of the ecosystem as you could, right? It's good to see you. Yeah.
Totally. And then I'll be like, out of questions, what is the best way to clear a cave of spiders? We killed most of them ourselves.
If it's chitons you're talking about, I would be inclined to, seal the entrances and hopefully bury them down there forever because they're horrible. No, I'm sure. You look fine. You all look all right. Doesn't look like it took too much out of you. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So this thing, we received word about this a few days back, that someone had hooked onto something very large, dove down, saw this giant thing, and sounded like something that we should take a look at. And yeah, looking back on the deck of the ship, there is this enormous, like, dark, shining, black triangular shape, this heavy object sitting on the deck of the ship, kind of, wound up in ropes. And Alexi just kind of says, by most estimates, it looks like some sort of shell to me. But once we get it back to the keep, I think we'll be able to do some more thorough testing. As he says this, another familiar face begins making their way down the gangplank towards you. One less pleasant. You recognize Kaus. He catches sight of you. He says, "Well, I suppose it was a matter of time before you turned up."
Oh, Kels, you know how much I love seeing you. It's always my highlight of my day.
Yes, well, I assume you are recovered enough from your travails to resume active duty if you are showing up at the scene of a dredge like this. Alexi just kind of grimaces, wide-eyed. Doesn't meet Cal's eye, just like looks at you like, oh wow, here we go. No reply. Well, if you'll excuse us, Miss Olas, we do have some work to do. So.
Have a great time. Don't get pinched by whatever's in the shell.
Fellas, if you could get that around, and he'll totally ignore you, just start like directing traffic onto the ship. Alexi just kind of watches him go for a moment before he looks back at you and your friends. You want to take a look?
Yes, please.
He will lead you onto the ship, and you can take a very close look at this massive object. What you're looking at is probably about 10 feet tall and 6 or 7 feet wide at the base. It's this large, like roughly pyramidal shell-like object. There is this like iridescent, oily sheen to the surface of it, almost like an oil slick, and there's definitely like a hollow interior, like looking at the base of it, because it's kind of like laying on its side. The bottom of it is just this massive cavity that basically just goes all the way to the point. But the material composing the object definitely seems to be a good like 5 or 6 inches thick at the base. It's big.
I see if I can try to like identify it since I lived a long time in the ocean.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an investigation check or a nature check.
I think both of those are awful for me. Let's find out.
And if anyone else wants to chip in, they're welcome to.
Here's my question.
Sure, I'll assist.
Does
I'll
this?
assist the check that the line's making.
I was gonna ask. Does this seem like something?
Nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
I will save my question until the
21.
answer to this one.
Okay. What were you doing? What was this check that you're choosing? That nature or investigation?
I was going nature.
Nature. Okay. I'll say like the first impulse is okay. Maybe it is a shell, and the more you're looking at this, the more like the material doesn't feel right. This is hard. This is bony. This is very sturdy in a way that shells rarely are. Next thought, maybe it's a big fucking tooth, right? Like a big like shark tooth thing, right? But the root, there's no root structure. This thing's hollow. Doesn't make any sense. Kind of running your hands over it, there are these ridges running through the surface of this object, almost like these massive, like hardened veins that are just all up and down along the length of it. Looking inside of it.
Can I crawl in it?
Oh yeah, you'll fit.
Dope. I'm gonna crawl in it.
I'm
gonna be real thorough.
Yeah, crawling in it. I mean, obviously the object is still, soaking wet from being underwater. This music is very like, very extra. How do I fucking skip? It's too much. There. All right, I think I fixed it. Cool. Crawling inside of this thing, you're immediately struck by an almost fleshy sensation at first.
Ew.
But as you
Regrets decision.
as you pull a hand away, you see it's not like tissue. It's like a sludge, almost like sediment that has just blackened your hands and knees as you crawl into it. It's very dark in here. And
Can I see your little lighty thingy?
Oh, sure. Actually, I could just give you the magical torch I have.
oh yeah, that too.
All right, I'll take the torch and
Cool. You smudge your
Illuminate.
dirty, filthy hand all over the magical torch.
Yep.
Hold it up. And yeah, it is just like the interior of this this object is just coated in this black, viscous, fluid material. You kind of like feeling in your hands. This isn't rough and gritty like ocean floor sediment would be. This is sticky. And it stinks. It didn't hit you at first, but it's starting to now. There is an awful, rancid smell to this goop.
So I still have no idea what it is.
Yeah. With a nat
Okay.
20 sitting there, just like pinching this shit between your fingers, you watch as it creates this like string between finger and thumb. These long, sticky tendrils stretching between that space. And you are reminded suddenly and very vividly of another incident where you witnessed a very sticky, noxious black ichor spilling from the body of a sacrificed Quasit at the foot of a stone
Quasit?
altar. A small, horned, vicious demon.
Oh, so this is like a demon thing.
Demon blood, it sounds like.
Alright. Lauren's gonna crawl out and she's gonna be like, Alexia, that is not a shell, that is something demonic.
As you crawl out
Oh.
and you say this to Alexi, he meets your eye, and before you're even able to finish the phrase, he's just like motioning for silence.
Okay. And Lauren's gonna jump off the boat and clean herself of this.
Okay.
Because she's over there, she's like, I'll be back.
Yeah.
And then cannonball.
You've got like these grody black footprints following you off the side of the boat. Alexi, as he watches you go, like the rest of you watch as he just kind of very quietly just like and waves his hands and starts prestidigitating the nasty ichor off the surface of the ship. And yeah, Alorn, clean yourself off. Seawater is actually not terrible for this, but it still takes some scrubbing.
I go down to the bottom of some sand and I'm just like exfoliating.
Yeah. It takes a good like 5-10 minutes of work to get this shit off you. Meanwhile, the rest of you up on the deck, anything you guys are doing?
I was gonna say, did we hear Lauren say it seems like it might be demonic or something to that effect?
She started to. I think she stopped herself when she saw Alexi motioning, though. So she would have basically got it. It looks like it's something. Something what? Noel, you had a question.
My question is no longer relevant.
Oh, okay. So, eventually, Aloran, you will dredge yourself up from the depths, haul yourself back onto the pier, get back on the ship.
She'll question immediately, why the hell did I crawl in that thing? That was gross. Oh, I regret it.
Yes, I probably should have warned you before you just dove in. Apologies.
Yeah. I am. You should know this, Alexi. I just kind of do whatever sounds like a great idea. I almost stuck it in my mouth. Imagine if I did that.
Would not recommend that.
Yeah, no.
He will just kind of lean in. If you can give me maybe half an hour, wrap up here, I might be able to meet you somewhere and speak a little bit more openly. But Kaus is here.
It's a booty hole.
He is here at the steward's request to ensure that if this is what we think it is, we don't start a panic about it. So play it cool for now. You and I are definitely going to talk, though. Do you have time?
I'll tell him where we're staying at.
Really?
Yee.
How
We
did
did
you
the
How did you
we
swing
did a
that?
favor for him. We did a favor for him, so we got like a week free.
Yeah, well, I suppose that'll do it. God, it's been a long time since I've visited North Shore. Yes, well, I can definitely meet you up there. Like I said, half an hour. I could probably break away. Hour at most. All right. All right. So, anything else you guys want to do while you're on this ship, looking at this thing?
I'm assuming ask Alexi where they're headed next, but I'm assuming it's Freeport.
Yes, we'll be taking the shell back to the Green Keep for further study. You know, this could well be a brand new, heretofore undiscovered sea creature that we are just learning about, which is exciting. Could also just be an old fossil, well preserved.
Is Burberry on the ship, or did Burberry hang
Up to Burberry.
Okay, no, I just wasn't sure if we were allowed.
Yeah. Alexi led you guys up to the ship to take a look at it.
Oh, good luck, Alexi.
So Burberry's on the pier, sure.
I feel like I've seen that before. There's that thing with Willem, with that whole sacrificing of the small imp thing. Well, what was it?
With Gerald?
That was Gerald.
Gerald, my bad. Yes, Gerald. I'm sorry. I've had Willem on the brain for some. Well, I know why. But anyway.
I don't think Gerald had a 10-foot pyramid with him.
No, he had a little
not
creature. It was for Balothamog.
not that. The stuff that was on the Lauren.
Oh, the black
Oh,
ichor.
the ichor.
The demon blood.
Was it? Yes.
Are we having this conversation in front of Alexi?
No. No.
I assume. Okay, you guys are departing.
I
the
think
ship.
we're leaving.
Okay.
I'll tell Burberry that we can discuss it. Oh, because I'm assuming there's still like a crowd of people.
There's definitely onlookers, but the wardens have sort of like ushered them back a little ways from the ship just to make some space for the cargo that needs to be transferred.
Yeah, I'll say we should hold the. Don't talk about it until we're somewhere where there's not people that just saw.
So once you guys
thing.
get clear of this,
Yeah.
you know, departing,
Yeah.
saying goodbye to Alexi, flipping Kaus the bird surreptitiously, making your way back to the North Shore Resort. You guys can carry on your conversation.
Oh, I was gonna. Didn't we go to the docks because we were gonna look into travel combinations?
Yeah, that's true. We did.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a big role play. I'm just curious how we could get to whatever that island was called.
Montalban.
Montalban. Specifically, that one port that I don't remember the name of.
Mooring.
Yes, that's our plan right now.
Yes.
Is there
Okay.
anything in the next 3 to 4 days ish?
I will say, with a little bit of asking around, you will learn that there are currently some naval supply ships that have been trading indirectly with Freeport through Gladham from mooring that have been showing up daily over the past 4 days. So it's not going to be terribly difficult, you don't think? If you can somehow hitch a ride with one of those.
Okay. I guess I will sort of put in tentative plans, like we'll probably be back in a few days to talk about this again.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you guys carry on your conversation on the way back to the North Shore.
You said you saw this before, Burberry?
Yes, it came out of the head and chest of that little deep thingy.
Oh, that explains why I didn't recognize it, because I wasn't there for that.
Oh, I'm so sorry you missed it. It was fascinating. Wait, but you don't like that?
You know, I'm fine with how things have played out.
It's really gross.
Process fascinating. Things that go into the process. It's about the same as making.
So All
paper in the 1600s.
all of that acre was demon blood. That's a lot of blood. From something very big, I guess? Right?
If
Unless it was a blood
I-
bucket of some kind. Oh,
Mm.
this is awful.
The return of the blood tub.
The biggest blood tub.
I did not see the exact quantity of the stuff.
So Lauren did.
Possibly.
Looks at Aloran.
I think that is
Can't hear ya.
exactly what it was.
Okay.
It's the exact same substance out of that imp thing.
But why would it be coating the walls like that?
I think that was like a vessel for some sort of ocean demonic creature that we've never seen before.
A vessel.
At least that is my best guess.
This sounds like, man, I really wish we had some Gatewatch here because this would be a great thing to talk about with them.
I wish I could use my sending stone to ask.
If only we
Joey.
had access to sending magic. Too bad we don't.
Hurtful. I don't need your assistance anymore. I have a sending stone that he will have eventually. Hurtful Noel.
You could mail it to him.
It's true. It'll only take like 10 days.
Oh, it's okay. I have like a whole like list of shit I'm gonna like tell Carol. So
That's the reason I
that's
think
it.
that we provided.
Yeah. So,
Um,
making it back to the North Shore, getting settled in your little cabana.
Burberry's going to message Noelle and go,
should I ask someone about this?
What do you mean by someone?
Secundo, maybe?
Oh, could we sending to the missing ones?
You have to be familiar with them, and I've never met them.
Also, it pays to be on the same plane.
Yeah, there's
There's a
that
risk of
chance,
failure.
but it's not a high chance. You could. I don't know if Secundo would be the best person to ask. Honestly, maybe Aaron? They seem pretty knowledgeable. Or just, what's his name? The leader.
Gideon.
I would feel. I guess I could. If
I'm
I'll
sure
have to
he's
ask
done
him.
working with the dagger by now.
It's. I mean, it's a whole organization that he has to run.
A
This
castle
Are you guys having
run
this
down
conversation?
and collapsing,
I mean, it's not just the castle, though. 'cause you
inhabited
said
by
it-
5 people.
But you said it was the whole Gatewatch, and I'm assuming that there's more Gatewatch people than the 5 people
There's
we met
at
in the
least
castle.
10 of them.
He is
Um,
probably the most high-ranking member in the region.
I don't know what context we're having this conversation in.
Message.
Oh, this
Message.
is secret.
They're just muttering to themselves, and Lauren's just like, My 19 perception tells me you're secreting.
Little
Secreting.
secreting about.
I sense bullshit on the horizon.
I mean, if this is as important as it sounded like, I don't know. Alexi seemed on edge when he was talking to Lauren. Then it could be worth talking to Gideon.
Although I don't really know what Gideon would do if there was something. I will not worry about it for now, and if it becomes something that I think is important for them to know that it did not get resolved in some manner, then I will relay it.
Okay.
So, over the course of your discussion, conjecture, tense waiting, about 40 minutes pass between the time you left the ship and the present moment when you hear outside this bassy thrum and crackle of energy, and Alexi's voice calls out. Lauren? Lauren?
Lexi?
Lauren?
Do I see him? What's happening?
So you look out the window of your cabana, and Alexi is literally just standing, very like faintly smoking, in the middle of this like charred circle in the center of the like walkway up to the resort building. He's just kind of like turning around in circles, like calling your name.
Okay, I'll go out. No, actually, no. I'm gonna hide and be like, over here, and then I'll start going. You're getting warmer. You're getting colder.
He's just gonna poke his head in the window. Hello.
I'll go let him in. I just had to fuck with him a little bit.
Yeah. It's like, well, I
Sorry.
probably should have asked where you were staying. But nice digs. May I take a seat?
Yeah.
So he will make himself comfortable on one end of a couch in the middle of the room, and so that
Demon
was
shell.
yeah.
That's fun.
That's concerning.
Yeah, what is that all about? Wait, am I there? Who's there?
Yeah, everyone's here. Everyone's here.
No, I'm having a secret little
feel free.
messaging with him right now.
I assume
It's our secret talk time.
He said plop down on
after
the
I
couch.
established. I assumed as soon as I established you guys were in the cabana and Alexi teleported in. And
Maybe
he is
we
now
were
being
all
invited
getting
into the cabana.
massages at the same time. Who knows?
Do you want to be getting massages?
No.
Or did you want to wait for Alexi?
No,
Okay.
I want to be there.
Okay.
I want the lore. Give me the
I
lore.
want my secret message time. My secret combo.
If you would like to excuse yourself to talk with Alexi in private, Lauren, you can definitely try.
No, I'm just fucking around.
Okay.
All right, what are you talking about with a demon?
Right. So again, maybe not shouting that.
The demon.
Yeah, that is definitely some manner of fiendish goop.
Right, but like, what would that even have been?
I haven't the faintest idea, and that is concerning. Kind of meets your eye again, Aloran. I am baffled that something like this is this close to the mainland. If it's what I think it is.
What do you think it is?
I think it might be a part, perhaps, of our errant sea monster.
It's a heart?
A part.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what. I mean, it could well be a tooth, which is terrifying to think about, because that's big.
But teeth aren't hollow, though, and that thing is hollow.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I really don't. It's concerning. And if it is what I'm afraid it is, then that is very, very concerning. I think it's possible that this thing was maybe swept along the seafloor by a current and washed up into the harbor here.
Hopefully.
If we're lucky. But I think for that to be the case, that would require this thing to have been swimming well past the Hellenic Rim, well north of here, close to the Samoras, I would imagine. And that's concerning. I'm definitely going to be reaching out to some of our sister keeps up north to see if they have any concerning reports in that line.
You could talk to, or have Gideon see it. He might know.
I have been in touch with him intermittently. He's been surprisingly difficult to get hold of. And not terribly talkative when I have. But I fully intend to get his input on this. This seems like their area of expertise. So, it would only be prudent. Yeah.
So you are going to talk to
Weird.
the Gatewatch.
Oh, I have been, and I fully intend to continue doing so. Unfortunately, as I said, Gideon has been difficult to
There's always Erin.
keep
She's
contact with.
a bit more friendly.
Erin has been more helpful. I've been able to bounce some things off of her more regularly, but as I understand the structure of their organization, she is responsible for the armory and maintaining what little of their technology remains. Gideon is the lore keeper, shall we say, for Presidium 12. So, if we're talking deep esoteric knowledge, he would be the person to grill for that. And best I can understand, he is still very preoccupied with that dagger he found. So, like I said, hard to get a hold of him with any regularity.
I'm sure if you show him a big, creepy demon shell, he'll be real interested in that.
I'm hoping. But yeah, it's a find. It's definitely a find, a concerning one. I probably shouldn't be terribly working up about this. It could be a relic of a prior incursion. I mean, the last one was only 50 years ago in Landor. It could well have been a remnant of that, although I don't recall hearing anything of something quite that big coming through. So I don't know. If it is our sea monster, though, have you given any further thought to our third expedition?
Actually, I got some money now, so.
No, that's good. Like I said, I've been reaching out to some former patrons of my own projects. There's some interest. I think I told you I'm making a trip out west of the capital here in about a month. There's actually a pretty sizable meeting of Warden Arcanists assembling there. Might be able to find some interested parties at that little conference. I take it that Farrell's been profitable then for you. It's good. It's good. Where are you thinking of heading next?
Our plan is going to the port of Mooring. And then we're going to go out to Landor, Daggermore, afterwards.
Why Mooring?
It's central to everywhere we want to go.
I suppose it's fair as a staging ground. It's funny, actually. After the word of your expedition, got back and you returned, and we sort of put the whole matter to rest, so to speak. We had a few intensive talks with the Eastern Alliance back in Freeport. The Wardens aren't really looking to move on the Helon Abyss anytime soon, but the risk of a sea monster was certainly enough to mobilize the Alliance Navy. So they are currently actually staging out of Mooring to begin keeping watch out on the eastern edge of the Emerald Sea. So there's definitely going to be a lot of traffic in the area. Although I won't lie to you, Mooring is not a terribly interesting port. Otherwise, it really is more of just a naval stopover than anything else. It's not a very hospitable island.
Why is that?
That I don't know either. It's, as long as I can recall, always been covered in a blanket of fog. There's mountains clearly visible, in the center of the island, but most expeditions out that way don't generally return. Mooring is really the safest part of the island, and the only part that anyone really bothers with anymore.
Okay, so don't go wandering into the fog. Okay, good to know.
I mean, it's not hard. Just don't leave town.
Yeah.
So mooring to Landor. What's in Landor?
Landor, we have a couple things there. Going to check in on one of our friends' brother, see if we can help them.
That's good. Actually, you might be able to make a decent amount of money in Landor too if you play your cards right. They are still hunting fiends left over from the last incursion. If you're able to fall in with that little industry, that could prove profitable.
Was our plan.
Smart play. Well, I wish you luck. I do hope you are safe out there. Don't overextend yourselves by any means. Actually, I've got a couple things here. He'll actually reach into his coat and pull out a very similar little leather case to the one you were gifted yesterday, and just kind of toss it over to you. There's a clatter of glass inside as you catch it. Look inside it.
What is it?
It's more potions.
What?
It's more potions.
Oh, okay.
You see one potion of healing and one blue potion of mana.
It's a potion of counterspell.
You can use that, right? You'll be fine.
Okay, so it's a potion of healing.
And a potion of mana.
What does a potion of mana do?
I believe you guys have one somewhere in your inventories.
I do.
Burberry has it.
Yeah. It restores one first level spell slot.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I try to carry a couple on me just in case, but I don't expect I'll be needing it between now and then Freeport. So, yeah. Stay safe. I'll be fine. I'm not planning to go hunting fiends anytime soon. Not without a good warship. So, that's terrifying. So, I suppose this is goodbye again for now. Stay in touch. Keep me posted if plans change. And
I'll let you know if I find out anything on Landor about fiends.
Sure.
That could relate to that.
That could be very useful.
So you said you are heading to Freeport, Alexi?
Yes, we'll be taking the shell back to the Green Keep for further study.
Could you... Lauren, couldn't he take the sending stone to Gerald?
I have like a whole letter and stuff to write still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you finish it between now and sunset.
No pressure. I got this.
I can certainly take it for you. I expect our ship will be underway by then.
We'll do that. I'll come find you later.
All right.
Are you just gonna be by the port?
Yes, we as I'm sure you saw, we've still got supplies to refurbish, and we need to secure the shell collect some accounts from the fisherman who found it in the first place. And probably take care of his rash if he's got one. You're starting to look a little red. He'll actually point down to your knees. There is definitely like a very ugly rash starting to form on your leg. Look at the palms of your hands, similar red, cracked coloration. Yeah, we should definitely make sure everyone who touched that thing is okay.
Am I cursed?
Probably not. You're a priest, right? Look at Burberry.
Am I cursed?
I observe the thing.
Looks like a really ugly rash. Like a real bad allergic reaction.
I think you might just be allergic.
Awesome. Love that.
Well,
Would this qualify as something that could be fixed with?
Ooh, could I go to the mud bath?
that might help.
Not want to. I don't know if it's contagious.
Yeah, Burberry,
Would this
give me
be
a
fixed
hug.
by lesser restoration?
You can try it.
Where is this echo coming from?
It's from me.
Oh.
My headset died. So.
I restore Lauren in a lesser capacity.
Alright, Burberry casts Lesser Restoration. And yeah, Aloran, you watch as the rash begins to fade. Still a little bit itchy, but the ugly, ugly red blotchiness is gone.
Are we going to be wrapping up soon? I need to go to bed.
Yes. Alexei is going to bid his farewell and teleport back to the port. That is the end of the conversation. And I was going to say right there that we can wrap. That was everything that I wanted to cover tonight. So thank you for bearing with me. It only took us an extra half hour. So MVP. Quick vote. Anybody? Anything?
Well,
Burberry.
oh, did so much talking.
Burberry because of that sweet dream. That's my
It's an
vote.
awesome dream. I give the DM inspiration, but I'm scared.
Don't do that.
You
Who doesn't
will
have
be.
inspiration?
I don't think it
All I'm hearing
matters.
is Burberry and Noel. Yeah. And Chinese muted.
Good to me.
I vote for John for passing out in the middle of the.
You can't vote for yourself.
That's not how this works. Okay, who doesn't have inspiration? We'll just give it to whoever. Aloran?
Me.
All right. Or John?
Or I can have it. I don't use it that often.
All right, Aloran, take it. Aloran has inspiration. As far as support stuff, I think everybody gets a point with Aloran and Burberry today.